Welcome to our second day of play in Return to Monkey Island. We started it fairly late last week, and we had a stream that was interrupted at the very end by a technical issue, which is why I couldn't quite wrap up what I needed to do thus far in part 1. We'd usually try to end on a more conclusive note, but we did have to interrupt a half-finished puzzle to kind of tap our way out, and I'd been off for about 6 days since, I think, which is unusually long and probably not a very good idea for adventure games that rely a lot on your short-term memory. That said, one of the perks, I suppose, of having an interrupted experience is that you actually get to see something that is a fairly unique feature in this game, which is what happens when you load into a new save. And I'll just show you. I'll just reload into my save from, as you can see, the end of September.
Do you remember
and this caught me by surprise, this little resumption feature here, where, usually you'd have a bit of a synopsis that takes you back to a game, but here it takes place in the form of a little snatch of dialogue with Little Guybrush, who we saw in the introductory tutorial segment.
Kind of.
So,
remind me
where were we again?
Okay. I was
Let's
after
try to remember.
the secret of Monkey Island, and I decided that the easiest path to the island was to sign on to crew on LeChuck's ship. I would mount a mutiny at some convenient time. I had built myself a mop so I could get a swabby job, but I was blacklisted. They wouldn't hire me as long as I was me. Now, back to the story.
So I kind of wonder how dynamic that is, depending on which objectives you've seen. The other thing we'll notice is that if you try to back out through the dialogue, it refers to Little Guybrush as Boy Brush, which I hadn't noticed previously, but I don't know if that was or wasn't the case when Boy Brush, as it were, is talking to Chucky and acquiring scurvy dogs in the tutorial segment at the very beginning of the game, or if it just refers to him as Guybrush in his own right. Anyway, just to review where we were. Currently, the outstanding problem here is to get the bite of 1,000 needles. Now, I'm fairly sure that refers to Stan's toothbrush. Stan apparently has a toothbrush in his hut that we're supposed to retrieve, and I haven't yet figured out how to actually get into his hut to obtain it. So, now, it may take me a little bit of time here to just find my place again as we just get back into the game and figure out where we were and what we were doing. We'll, of course, not be using the hint book if we can avoid it. And how many coins do we have? A few coins for incidentals, yeah. Now we've got the double monocle. That's been used already. I don't know if there's anything here that we really haven't used yet. This is the other problem with kind of not having a good short-term memory for this after a few days off, is that usually one thing that you kind of have to keep in mind with these is what items have we not used yet, and what have we not interacted with that is still potentially relevant.
Pirate Times. Editor.
Well, let's take a look. Xeon, we are taking to it very well. I just was very busy with Mario Maker business the past few days, so I've been off this for the past 6 days, and like I said, we did have to interrupt my first stream of this game and quit a little earlier than I expected because of a technical issue that I have sorted out. And Rest Street just stopping by to say hello. Yeah, good to see you here too. It's kind of wild that this game is 3D. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, so previously, this is the sticking point, as I was saying right now, is that we need to get into Stan's hut to acquire the toothbrush. It's pretty obviously the thing I need to do. Also, every time I read these button prompts that are unlabeled, I know they're supposed to refer to their face buttons, but I always instinctively read them as referring to the D-pad, probably because of how these interface elements are used in some other games, and because of the Joy-Con D-pad being buttons. Even though currently I'm not on Joy-Cons, I am on a Pro Controller. Anyway.
The window's all boarded up, and it's very dark in there. Is that an old toothbrush?
Oh, it says Rest Streak, actually, Bluebird. And, yeah, I recognize number 22, so welcome back, Blue Blur. Your name is still blue, so that in itself is still recognizable. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen your name change, so I'm glad you advised me of that.
The assets of this establishment have been seized.
So, settle a class action lawsuit. So, we need to figure out who to talk to for that. We haven't really consulted with the
It
governor
says
yet, I think.
Tan's previously owned vessels.
But let's take a look.
Oh, I remember the first time Stan.
And
there
this
was
is
a
just
time
some
when
Monkey
every
Island
morning
1
would be
references
filled
here
with
back
one of
when
Stan's used
we're
ships.
shopping for ships over here. You put in a typo now as rest streak.
If a
Well, you can
ship
always
was
just
shot
change it
full of
again
holes,
after some
Stan
cooldown
would
time, I'm
stick
sure.
oars in them and call it a galley.
And yeah,
There was a
Xeon, I
time when every
have
morning
been
would
dipping
be
back
filled with
into
one of Stan's used
Xenoblade
ships.
3 again now after about a month off, and I found it surprisingly
Sad
easy
to
to
see the
get
shipyard like
back
this.
into for a game of its scale and complexity. That
Stan used this to clean his ships.
I've got
It's
this
all rusted out
absurd
now.
playtime on it now, and it feels like I've barely scratched the surface and barely started it in some ways, so it's kind of nice to get back into it fresh.
It always looks bigger on this side of the island.
Well, I've been saved at the beginning of Chapter 5 for the past month. It's just that I finally got back into it to play it because I've just been so preoccupied with other things. And sometimes I have games that end up in this situation where, you know, you interrupt at this oddly convenient point, and it's very difficult to pick up a game of that scale again. But luckily, with Xenoblade 3, I'm quite motivated to continue, and there's plenty left to do. Anyway, we need to figure out what to do with that. I said I would check with the governor, didn't I? It seems like that would be the natural place to go. We don't know about this class action lawsuit just yet. Also, let's check the trivia card. Largo Legrand's catchphrase was... You can't ever hide from Largo Legrand. This is from Monkey Island 2. Some of these I haven't been able to get yet because I think they do depend on events that happen either in this game or perhaps in some of the later sequels. Surprisingly enough, if you go to the gallery in this game from the main menu, in spite of this game promising to follow directly from Monkey Island 2, it does have quite a lot in it that acknowledges the games that Ron Gilbert did not work on. Curse of Monkey Island Escape and the Tales of Monkey Island Telltale series. Oh, we've been here already. This is the maze that we were in last time. I do want to check the museum, though, in case there was something we didn't interact with previously. Again, I'm just trying to find my place again, because I'm trying to remember what I did not interact with.
Tell me again about the plank.
That's an original plank from the Golden Hind, autographed by
And Red
Francis
Streak,
Drake
you should
himself.
probably get to bed, yeah. I guess you should do so. Let's poke it. Beat Crackers at Guard Parrot. We've done that already. We've already rated the display case.
Tell me again
And
about the
yeah,
wanted
this is
poster.
a Cape
That
Capsize
is the earliest
poster.
known wanted poster for Captain Kate Capsize.
And yeah, we've seen all this. We've been to the storeroom as well to grab the cracker mix. Let's see if he has
Crawford?
anything else
No,
to
as
say.
a matter of fact, I'm working on acquisition leads. The museum hasn't got a centerpiece now because someone walked away with my eye patch. I'm not sure how they got past the guard parrot. But rest assured, I'll be beefing up security immediately.
Good idea.
Well, let's see if we can offer him something, actually. Let's take a look at this. We haven't used
It's torn and ugly,
This
but strangely compelling.
Stay Puft Marshmallow Man image that was in the chef's kitchen yet, and I kind of wonder if we can do something with it. Show it to the museum curator, perhaps. Nope, never mind. That's okay. We should get back to the stand problem. And yeah, Red Streak. Red Streak, I guess I shall read it as Red Streak by request now.
I
I do have
used to
a
love
good
these
night,
when I was
and I
6.
will try to have an amazing stream.
Until I got trapped in one for 2 days. I think they're illegal now.
Anyway, let's remember that there is a run button on the triggers and see what we haven't touched yet. Now, it did say something about Meat Hook's hut no longer being accessible on this island here, so a couple of things in Monkey Island 1 have changed since. But we can go directly to the governor's mansion, and perhaps we will do so just to see if there's some kind of appeal we can make for Stan's release, which we are supposed to secure. I feel like the trivia cards, there's a certain randomization to it where they appear in locations where they previously could not be found. Where's Cog Island located? I feel like I don't know. Yeah, anything from either Escape or the Telltale Tales of Monkey Island I would not really be able to do. And I haven't played Curse in a very long time either. I was hoping to redo it before this game, but not so much. We had looked over some books previously. I don't think anything here is going to help with Stan's legal troubles, though, so let's just talk to Carla. Yeah, Xeon, I was really surprised to hear there was backlash. I
I
thought
don't really have anything to say. I
this
just like
was
doing this.
Practice is nice, but I'm busy
actually
these days.
a
Governor stuff.
terrific fit for the game. Although you really do have to appreciate going back to Monkey 1 and 2, just how much was put into the pixel art for the close-ups of the characters and dialogue. But no, I'm glad they went with this. I think we already had one Thimbleweed Park for people who wanted more of a pixel art retro design. I feel like it's very important that this game actually did have a unique visual identity to it. Even a jump from Monkey 1 to 2 actually is extremely distinct, much more distinct than people remember, I think. We should maybe just talk to Stan into prison and see if it was something that we had overlooked about him. Yeah, I will say that I think the Day of the Tentacle has clearly aged the best. And that, you know, if you look at that kind of mid-90s set of Day of the Tentacle, to some degree Full Throttle, and definitely Curse of Monkey Island as well, that they really were built to last in terms of
Going
artwork.
out of business? This place is an institution.
I think it was already noticeable even when they were current.
Property foreclosed by order of Madison Enterprises.
Now, there are a few things we haven't interacted with yet. We haven't
If any clock were the exception,
interacted with, what's her name here? Whitey Bones. Maybe there's something
They're
important.
mostly gone now. Hardly anyone left to pick up the pieces.
the note says,
Forced
forced
to
to
close.
close. Thanks for the memories, but cash would have been better.
Now, had we done what we wanted to in the alley, there's a stand poster over here.
It seems to be stuck closed.
Oh, the door. Unfortunately, this is not going to take you to lift
Employees
down
only.
to the climax of Monkey Island 2. Love how this flashes a spoiler alert at you when in dialogue they talk about the puzzle solutions to previous games. Anyway, Stan isn't doing anything with me here to get
I don't
out,
remember
so
this place being so leaky.
we can always just perhaps use a key, although there's some reason
Any
why
writing
this
that was once
lock
here has been rubbed away.
no longer had a serial number, and that's why. And, oh, there's some lamp above him. I didn't interact with a
At
lamp
least this jail has
previously,
two lamps.
I think. Let's see what we can do here. Untangle the string. Can we untangle the string?
It's
Nope.
hopeless.
We have the crackers. We have the mop. What was this stuffed animal? I don't even remember.
It's soft and extra fuzzy. Pirate Times, editor Conrad Lee, ready to publish your unrecognized
So,
genius.
obviously we'll be impersonating the editor at some point by handing the card over to somebody, but currently I don't know who that would be. That may not be for some time yet. Let's talk to Stan again. I feel like we had done this already and that it was a bit of a dead end.
Stan?
Hello there, son.
Are you sure you don't want me to break you out?
115%, son, but thanks.
So, we need his toothbrush, but he's in legal trouble.
See you later.
And
Yep.
breaking him out is not going to get to the toothbrush because he's asked us to get it ourselves. And yeah, the
Aw,
church is
This
just
is where I risked my neck for Elaine.
memories.
And she showed me she only needed me to risk my heart. Also, the windows need some work.
Let's talk to the various shops. Let's talk to the locksmith. Let's talk to Wally, perhaps. Let's see if there's something we missed.
Hi there.
Hi.
Because maybe it was something that we were supposed to interact with at the hut. I mean, the hut is locked, right? So technically the locksmith is who we should be talking to, perhaps.
Hello again. Can I get another key made?
Sure.
We don't have another
Just
serial
write down
number,
the serial
so...
number and give it to me.
I see everyone in that portrait has lovely locks.
If you have to make a pun, at least make a good one.
So, I guess maybe there was a lock we should have inspected at Stan's hut, but I feel like I looked at that already. It was boarded up, and it was just boarded up, so perhaps we just need something to remove the boards. Because if you peer through there, there's clearly something
What's this lock?
in
It's
there.
meant for bachelors to secure their apartments.
Maybe we should just go back to the docks and give that another look. Oh, fishing lure. Beg to try to key grinder.
How much for the fishing lure?
It's not for sale.
Right,
This
we
is a
asked about
locksmith
this
shop. Perhaps you saw the sign outside?
previously. Clever nested boxes, we looked at that. Baked crackers.
Ooh, they smell nice and toasty. But I've already got plenty of crackers. Handsome looking parrot.
And also vicious. But it was my mother's favorite.
Well, it's not a lock that we need, so I don't think that's it. What could we have used to interact with the door here? Maybe we should have just used a knife, actually, and cut through it. I don't know if the knife could cut through boards. That seems like it's violating the warranty. We could also go back to the scum bar to talk to some of the pirates. I don't remember if that was something that was relevant.
What's new, guys?
Not much, but be sure to come see us at the shop tomorrow.
Yeah, Voodoo Lady is the one who wanted us to find a brush in the first place.
It's
So
Elaine's flyer about how limes combat scurvy. It's important, but boring.
let's
It
keep that in
doesn't
mind
look
in case we
finished.
need limes at some point. We haven't really tried the scum bar to see if we could talk to anybody there about this particular issue, so we'll see. Talk to the pirates. Would talk to this fellow already, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, because ask him about Loom. We've dealt with this guy already. Here's more trivia. I guess the trivia cards really are just randomly placed as you load back into the game. What cannot be found on a seafloor? Oh, okay, no, this is one that we failed previously, I think. And I wonder if it's referring to the seafloor in Monkey Island 1. I think that's why I missed it and didn't actually succeed. I'm pretty sure I missed that previously. But anyway, we got that. Try again with new pirate leaders. Let's see.
16 cups in a gallon.
More trivia. Development of the original Monkey Island took a horrible toll on the team. No. I guess I shouldn't have selected that as a
This
joke.
will
That's
be
okay.
Excellent.
At least we know the cards are easily reobtainable and we can... I actually don't know how long it
Always
took.
confused about baking versus roasting.
But the turnaround time on LeChuck's Revenge was incredible. That I do
The
recall.
plaque says, in memory of looming seagulls of old.
Anyway, there's a stove.
It's like a miniature dance
There's
party.
no reason to collect the maggots just yet. We did already take the picture and we haven't used it for anything.
Nice and hot.
Oh, can I
Wonder
get
how
back
long
in
I can
here
stay.
and recollect the card?
That doesn't even seem possible.
No, we can't. Not right away anyway. We'll find it again at some other point. Yeah, I usually try not to do wild guessing with the cards, but that was obviously not an answer we were going to find in-game, so...
Nice hat pin.
Beats its creep.
Okay, let's go back to the hut. I don't think we're going to do anything here without doing so. The other thing is that it's possible that there's something we haven't interacted with around here yet, because
How clever.
the ship...
Expedition to fabled Monkey Island.
Yeah, and we need the toothbrush for the voodoo disguise to get through this in the first place, but I don't know if I inspected any of this very carefully. Is this Grog?
I hope this isn't one of those party cruises. Looks like this is going to be a long journey.
Supplies.
No parking of demonic, ghostly, or undead vessels.
Yeah, we've
or
seen all
scooters.
this.
Tuesdays 3 to 4.
We've seen all this already, so let's go back and take a look. Which is a genuine scroll name. I mean, I'm thinking about the similarity here to Murray from Monkey Island 3. This is a Monkey Island 3 question, isn't it? No, hang on. I guess we don't know this yet. I shouldn't guess. Once again, we might not have sufficient information. And we might want to just keep the cards as we pick them up. We've been doing pretty well with trivia so far. I had those 2 X's today, but I just had 1 last time, and there are a few that we definitely skipped for now, but we've otherwise been doing decently. Let's go back to Stan's hut. I feel like we haven't really tried everything we can do to interact with the board, like for example, taking a knife into it or anything like that. Warm my hands. Yeah, let's do that. And
I could stare
stare.
at this forever, but that wouldn't be much.
Alright, let's try the knife. Let's just try the knife. Can we cut? Yes, we can. Pry
I
off the
don't want to
boards.
wreck my brand new shiny knife.
You don't want to wreck your knife. Did we have something that we could use? Didn't we have a crowbar at some point, or am I thinking of a completely different game that I played recently? You see, this is what happens when you switch between games, is that you suddenly forget what you were doing and what you collected where. Because I'm thinking, like, didn't I pick up a crowbar in some video game sometime within the past month? And maybe that's not the best way to approach this. Can we just use the key? We need some kind of tool to pry. It does offer you the ability to pry with a knife. And then he refuses. But that indicates to me that there's probably something we can do with a knife. We can't slash through the notice here. Can we...
The pen is mightier than the sword.
I doubt we can use the pen. Is there anything here we can use as a tool? Possibly the mop. Not really, if we want to keep the mop as a mop. But the implication here is that we need some kind of tool. Rust bucket. Can we
Stan
pick this
used
up?
this to clean his ships.
No.
It's all rusted out now. There was a time when every mooring would be filled with one of Stan's used ships. Oh, I remember the first time Stan tried to fleece me.
Well, tools-wise, we could try to look at the museum again, but, I mean, it definitely is some kind of interaction with the boards, and we just don't know what. We could perhaps set it on fire, set a whole hut on fire, who knows. Or we could use the string. No, that's not going to be it. We're not using a hidden. We need some kind of instrument to work with here. I haven't determined what that will be.
Hi again. You've been at this post a long time.
Yep. Now, my eyesight isn't what it once was, but my hearing is still as sharp as the governor's sword.
And that's helpful for being a lookout?
There's hardly ever anything to see anyway. The job is mostly about greeting people. Welcome to Melee Island.
Here's the thought.
Thanks.
What if you just replaced a notice? This is very much adventure game.
The assets of this establishment have been seized
Logic
to settle
here.
a class action lawsuit. Have a nice day.
But why don't we just replace this, if we can? Like, why don't we... Because I haven't used the painting, right? Why don't I just put the painting on top of the poster? Guess not. But I'm glad that just rejects it in the interface instead of causing any additional difficulties. Can we change the text? The missing S in Stan's probably isn't relevant, but hey, let's go back in there. Back to the path. Okay, I was wondering what text that was in the prompt. Let's see. We are missing something. There's the forest. We previously mapped our way through the forest. I do wonder if perhaps there was some item that we could have picked up that would be useful here. I do think we should try the museum again, just in case there's some kind of tool. I feel like, once again, that interacting with the boards is the answer. Can we grab Meat Hook's hook?
Tell me again
perhaps?
about the hook.
That once belonged to the Dread Pirate Meat Hook.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have a pickup prompt here. Maybe if I ask again, he'll remember what the letter
Actually, I
said.
think I'd rather not hear about that
No.
again.
Guess not.
There's nothing in there to steal.
Nothing in there to steal. Is there anything I do want to steal? A melted mug. That's grog.
Tell me again about the gear.
It's from the Melee Clock Tower.
I wonder if I can feed this parrot more crackers. I don't know if that will do anything.
That is a really big parrot. Wonder how many hands it's eaten.
And we still have tons of crackers.
I've got enough to last me.
Enough to last you, okay. And this guy's not taking a painting.
Tell me again about the coffin.
It was used by a certain well-known captain in a daring escape from a Turkish prison.
I think we know better than that. So either A, we break Sten out of his cell, in spite of the fact that we don't have a serial number for the lock, or... I mean, you know, one thing we hadn't considered is, what if it's just the same key for both locks? Why didn't we think of that? And we just break Stan out and he gets me to brush himself. Because we got no serial number for Stan's
Hey,
lock,
kid.
but nothing's telling me that I can't just try the adjacent key
Watch
that we
your boots
used
in here, son.
instead.
It's like a swamp. No thanks. I'm about to be acquitted. Escaping looks bad.
Okay, so how do we actually get him out of legal trouble then?
It says jail rules.
No escaping.
1, no escape. I already copied the serial number. I'll stay on this side of the bars, just in case.
Darn it! I've been trying to inventory the spiders, but they keep eating.
He's been trying to inventory the spiders. I wonder if something involving the spider
I
might
don't
be useful.
remember this place being so leaky.
That leak there might potentially
Ugh, it's that
Be
same
interesting.
spider.
same spider.
It says jail rules. 1, no escaping.
Well, we can think about the display case key. We have the knife, we have the painting, we have the mop. Why don't we mop this area here and see what happens?
You look like you're
No, we
having
can't.
a good time. That's nice.
We're having an excellent time. So we still haven't made any headway with Whitey Bones here, have we?
The queen always gives way to a new queen. She vanished along with the ship. I told her not to go.
We might as well listen to a few snatches of
secret?
dialogue in case
Smells like
there's
popcorn.
anything interesting here.
Some islands you should not visit. But what can you do?
There probably is an achievement for just spamming
I got
through
my
it, but
golden key.
a note. Yeah, this
Note
was the
says,
shop.
Forced to close. Thanks for the memories. But cat.
Let's go back to the voodoo lady again, just in case there's something in the shop that we haven't interacted with properly.
The curtains are for sale too?
Everything
Rugged
goes.
safe.
Green, half off. Blue,
We've
half
checked
of half
everything
off.
here previously.
Yellow, half of half of half off. Orange, a crystal. Yeah, this isn't that kind of game.
No, it's not. Musty bottle. Yeah, we've tried a lot of the bottles previously.
Not
I think
very
we
practical.
pretty much interacted with everything we could in the shop here. Maybe we need to do
Let's
something
look
with the cauldron.
The feast of
The
knowledge.
Feast of Knowledge. You know what? If the issue with Stan is something legal, what we should actually be doing is talking to the pirate captains in the Scumbar. The current pirate captains in the Scumbar. Because they are the ones who could actually get him acquitted, right? So, let's do that.
Are you sure I can't persuade you to back my expedition to Monkey Island?
Yes.
Okay, so no new dialogue here.
Fancy. Don't look now, but I think there's a leech on your chin.
Buzz off.
So, it might be some kind of tool that we just haven't obtained yet for interacting with the boards. We'll check
It'll
is
be
nearly
my
finished.
ship soon enough.
And what tool could that be? If we want to pry open the boards but we can't use the ceremonial knife, Is there something other than a knife that we can
They're
obtain
having
for
a half off
this?
sale.
Half off sale. What is this again?
Property foreclosed by order of Madison Enterprises.
Yeah, that's very similar to what's going on here with legal trouble. Let's
New,
see.
guys.
Not much, but be sure to come see us at the shop tomorrow.
Anything at Wally's that we can use here? Just a fan. Spiky
That looks
man.
like a treacherous voyage. It says rating, cursed black diamond.
Maybe we can use some kind of tool.
Those look fancy.
The finest tools to make the finest maps.
Let's see if Wally has anything
Hey,
to
Wally.
say.
Busy?
Yep.
Okay, that settles it. Map covers in pins and threads, huh?
What's this a map of?
The secret movements and activities of my competitors.
That sounds reasonable.
Yes, very reasonable. Suspicious ladder to a window. Yeah, we've climbed that already
Hey,
up
Wally.
to the porthole.
What's with the window ladder?
I use it to keep an eye on the neighbors.
Well, it's good to have a hobby.
It must be something simple. This is the only thing that I've actually had some kind of sticking point on so far, which is how do we get inside Stan's hut? What have we not tried? We tried to sell key. We don't know what the stuffed animals for. We've tried the knife
It's
and
my very own, very sharp, non-magical ceremonial knife.
he refuses to use it. Possibly we need to do something with the knife to make it a viable tool. If you're prying the window, why didn't we try to pry it with the mop, actually? I mean, the mop is kind of its own independent puzzle, perhaps. In terms of being the endpoint of its own item sequence. Which is not a reason to rule it out, it's just a reason to think about how, you know, maybe it's not going to be one of the dependencies. Nope, that's not it. And yeah, he's not going to do this, but maybe there's something I need to do
I
to
wanna wreck my
modify
brand new shiny knife.
this solution.
The window's all boarded up, and it's very dark in there. Is that an old toothbrush?
It is absolutely an old toothbrush, but let's see if we can just poke through here somehow. There's a state-of-the-art pen. There's this string. There's perhaps something we can do with the string. Let's see if we can combine it. Nope. Business card. I feel like there's got to be some way to cut this, burn this, I don't know. Something to open it up. That's maybe not yet within my ability. Why don't we use the museum display key? No, we can't pry anything with that. Well, we can make another attempt at perhaps acquiring one of the tools in the museum, but feels like we've interacted with every location so far as far as reviewing this goes, but maybe there's something in Mansion that we have yet to consider. Ship in a bottle. Ah, look at this thing. Oh no, that's just a portrait of a sword, as we should be able to discern. Can we go through the door yet? I better stay out here. I disagree. I'd like to.
Stay
Some
out of
kind
my
of tool.
bedroom, Threepwood.
Maybe we distract Carlos
It's a
now.
lot of work being governor.
Perhaps there's something legal that we can manipulate or interact with.
I don't really have anything to say. I just like doing this.
Practice is nice, but I'm busy these days. Governor stuff.
I mean, I'm holding a sword. At the end of the plank. We haven't actually borrowed at the end of the plank, have we? And The shop is boarded up.
I have to return the book I borrowed first.
Let's return the book you borrowed first then. Hang on. What have I borrowed? Or was that something I gave away? Oh yeah, no, this was... Yeah, this is the issue of taking a break for too long. I just don't remember what it was we did. Oh yes, that's right. We had the kitchen cookbook. That's the thing we gave away. And that's why I don't have library borrowing privileges anymore. Portraits. And then... we're missing something. We're missing something big. We checked Wally, we checked the locksmith, we checked the scum bar. There's got to be something.
Hi there.
Hiya.
What's the book?
At the end of the plank.
My mother's. Please don't touch it.
What if we try to return the cookbook if we can reacquire it from the cook? Because
What's that key?
That
maybe at
one
the
is
end of the
only for
plank
going
is
in, never for coming out.
how you can manipulate the blank.
I see a peninsula trailing off into small
If you think about
islands,
the
but no X marks the spot.
It's southern Florida.
boarding off at a shop that
I
way.
have family there.
Got the locks, you've got...
These are nice.
Thanks.
Come on.
Please try the key
Can I
grinder.
please try your key grinder?
Seriously, I don't much care if you grind off a finger. But I don't want to have to clean up afterwards.
Why don't we show her the museum key? Or have we done so already? I think we did because we got the key made here with the serial number in the first place using a double monocle.
This
Let's
is a good
congratulate
idea.
yourself.
They magnify stuff even better since I stuck them together.
Let's show her the key.
It's pretty well made, if I say so myself.
Okay. Probably the same thing here if we
It's some of my most recent work.
talk to her about it again. What about a knife? Maybe there's something we're supposed to use them up with. Oh, wait. No, I see tools. I didn't interact with the tools.
Hi there.
Hello.
Tools on a wall? No, we can't actually do anything with that. So what are we missing? Something critical. I've been on this for longer than any other puzzle or obstacle in the game so far, because everything else in Chapter 1, Part 1 rather, I thought was relatively straightforward. And then we run into this one thing with the toothbrush, and suddenly everything's just been put on hold.
Wanted. Any information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who destroyed the historic mop tree.
Let's go and talk again. Unless there's something I can already show to Voodoo Lady. I don't think there is. I mean, we just flat out need the toothbrush. But I don't know what's obstructing me from getting toothbrush. You can have this shit... Yeah, or rather you can have the... shop not boarded up anymore, but... Or possibly you can use a fire. We haven't interacted with a fire. Maybe there's something I can use as a torch. Probably not the mop. That would be a bad idea. But if there's something I can set on fire and use... There we go, toss it in a fire.
Nice and hot.
Nice and
Wonder how
hot,
long I could
okay.
stand here before bursting into flames.
Alright, so we burnt that. Can we burn anything else? So it just means the string was useless. It is a roaring fire at this point, though, so I wonder if we could stoke it with something. And this is something with potential. You know what? Let's toss this. No, we can't. Is there anything else we can toss? Map to the mop tree? Nope, of course not. It's not going to let you use any critical key items, but business card? Nope. Stuffed animal. Toss it in fire. There we go. So
Nice and hot. Wonder how long I could stand
I
here
wonder
before
if this
bursting
is
into flames.
basically just item garbage for things that we're no longer interacting with. It allows you to clear out the inventory a bit, but I don't see that it's doing anything else for me. Unless we talk to the pirate leaders and
Are you sure I can't persuade you to
Have
back my
something
expedition
change.
to Monkey Island?
Yes.
So we managed to set this on fire. But what can we do with it? Can we warm something? I feel like we missed some item that I might be able to pick up. Can we
It's
take back the
Carla's copy
cookbook?
of. Are you done with the cookbook? I'd like it back.
I'm still using it.
Can we distract him?
Are you done with the cookbook? I'd like it back.
I'm still using it.
Okay, that's too bad, because if we're able to take the cookbook, maybe at the end of the plank is the thing that we need.
Ugh, I remember that stench as if it were yesterday.
96
Pleasantly scorching
teaspoons
hot.
in a pint.
Closing the door, see if we can shake off some of these tools, perhaps. Nope.
This will be excellent. Seems
At least they
like
look
a
healthy.
lot, but okay.
Can we do something with maggots? No, not really.
It's a classic, elegant mop with a sliver carved out of it.
With a sliver carved out of it. Can we swap the mops? So we've got a different mop.
Brilliant innovation.
Can I put back my mop?
Ingredients indeed.
Okay, so the fact that I can pick up the mop is perhaps important. Can we look in the
It's
bucket?
filled with nasty-looking water.
Okay. Why don't we mop something? Why don't we take his mop and use it to pry the boards?
It's like a miniature dance party.
Put away the mop. Can we exit? Yes, we can, and we can take the mop. So why don't we... You know what? We'll take this mop, we'll set it on fire, and then we will set the boards on
Nice
fire.
and hot. Wonder
Yes,
how
we
long
will.
I could stand here before bursting into flames.
No, we can't. But
It's the cook's old mop with a slip.
his mop is sturdy enough that maybe we can use that against the boards. So this is the thing that we didn't realize was that... Oh, he's going to object.
Keep your hands off my mop.
Now, did he take the correct mop, or did we just swap mops? Attempted to steal the cook's mop. Okay, I guess not.
It's
I
a
guess we're
single-
back to my mop. But what if we set something on
Fancy.
fire?
Yo ho.
What if we set the cook's mop on fire? Seems like the optional achievement was optional, though, so... Because my current thinking is that if we set something on fire, if we find some kind of torch we can light, for instance, then we can take it with us to set fire to Stan's hut and hope that the toothbrush is intact.
The plaque says, in memory of...
Now, I wonder if we can make another attempt at
Coming
the mop.
along nicely.
Here's the thing. Is that... What if we just replaced it with my mop? As I was saying earlier. It doesn't let me.
Always confused.
But it seemed like a
about
totally
baking
reasonable
versus
idea.
roasting.
What if we put it back?
Ingredients indeed.
But if you're allowed to take it with you, but if you're not allowed to take it outside the bar, maybe we can use it for something else that's within the bar.
Ingredients indeed.
And
16 cups in a gallon.
no, not yet. Maybe we can do something with the
Ingredients
picture.
indeed.
Can we return it to him? No.
So much to do.
We can't set this
Nice
on
and
fire.
hot. Wonder how long I could stand here before bursting.
And we already know we can't leave with this. And we'll say hi to
Hi,
Cobb.
Cobb.
You again.
I know you.
We asked him about Loom.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah.
I just don't see it.
Fancy.
I mean, there's nothing that we can set on fire here that we can't set on fire with the roaring fire. The fact that we turned this into a roaring fire seems extremely relevant, though. Like, I feel like that progressed towards something that we just haven't understood yet. Anyway, Cook's going to get mad at me again.
It's the cook's old mop with a sliver carved
Why
out.
don't we use a knife to carve a sliver out of it? No.
Yarr.
Or rather, the sliver has already been carved out of it, so that's not going to be it. That's the thing about a ceremonial knife, you can't actually use it for anything. Anyway, he's going to get mad at me.
Keep your hands off my mop.
We don't need it, we've got our own. But it still doesn't help. I still feel like we're missing some kind of item that will solve this for me.
I hope this isn't one of those party cruises.
Nope. Let's talk about
What is it?
this again in case... I mean, we clearly need the disguise to get through this, so...
Are you sure I can't convince you that I'm not Guybrush Threepwood?
Just looking like Guybrush Threepwood is enough that I can't give you the job. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we know what the sequence of events is going to be. It's going to be Toothbrush to the Voodoo Lady, and then disguise over here, but... There's nothing here so far that's kind of clued me into what we can do about Stan's hut. And we've tried everything here already. There's got to be
Property
something
foreclosed by order of...
like a crowbar or similar item that I should be looking for here. We checked the locksmith, we checked all this.
I think it's a chandelier.
Hey, kid.
Is there something here we haven't touched?
It says jail rules. 1. No, at least this jail has
So
2
the
lamps.
ugly jail lamp might also be something that we can use to set things on fire. I don't know if we can do any kind of interaction with that, though.
At least the jail is well lit.
We do something with the spider? Probably not. So either
Hey, Stan.
we get Stan
there, son.
acquitted somehow.
See you later.
Yep. How's your day going?
Or we find out some way to deal with those boards, which... It's not the knife and it's not anything else I have.
The note says, forced to close. Thanks for the memories, but cash would have been better.
I mean, can we use cash on that? Probably not, since the shop is closed. Let's just listen to...
Lights out always comes sooner than you think.
what Whitey Bones
He's
has to say.
doomed. But that's what you get when you get involved with a woman of station. They all think they deserve it. Well, they do and they don't. It's a fairly good story. I wonder if there will be a sequel.
No tools over here.
Employees only.
No way to pick up the sign. We do have a trivia card. Blood Island is home, too. I honestly don't remember. We've checked the governor's mansion, we've checked the museum, we've checked... We haven't really checked the forest another time. If we perhaps progress through it and see if there's some kind of critical item we can pick up. we have to, first of all, revisit how we read this in the first place, perhaps. In case there is something we can interact with in here. But that seems unlikely. I don't like that solution necessarily.
Purple flowers. These must be lavender. Or monks.
Many hours later, and yeah, so it doesn't take you through the maze anymore, it just allows you to go directly. It does allow you to get directly.
I must have startled them while I was whittling.
Oh yeah, so you can go
Some
back to the
animals are
stump.
quite skittish. Another resource has given its all in support of my personal goals. Hey, little dear.
So can we do anything about these tiny woodland animals? No, I guess not. This is just how we got the mop handle. Everything is very sad now. And it ejects you back out. Okay, so it doesn't let you go through the maze again, which means no critical items
Oh, I used
there.
to love these when I was 6. I used to love these when I was 6. Until I got trapped in one for...
I mean, maybe we can obtain something like the ore. Ask again about
Tell
peg
me
leg
again about the
Patty.
lady with the peg leg.
That belonged to the infamous Peg Leg Patty. She used to hide a spare cutlass in it, in case of capture. Sadly, that's the reason she's no longer with us.
Well, I wonder if we can do something about that. I wonder if we can give him a knife. No, we can't. Or give him a key, for that matter. Nope. We are refusing the hit book. It's very important that we do.
Tell me again about the mug.
It was found in the Melee jail many years ago, after an incident where like 20 pirates escaped.
It was just one pirate, actually.
No, I'm pretty sure it was 20.
I would think you'd care more about accuracy. What kind of museum is this?
Museum of Pirate Lore. Did you miss the sign on the way in?
So I can't believe we still haven't progressed with this, because this has been the only sticking point in the game so far, and Meat Hook's hook looks promising, except we can't actually pick it up. I wonder if we can do something about it. Maybe we get the parrot to look the other way. Feed crackers again, and then...
Tell me again about the hook.
That
Oh, no.
once belonged to the Dread Pirate Meat Hook.
I mean, it does look pretty promising, doesn't it? What happens when we give him the business card a second time? What happens if we give the business card to fellow at the ship? No, because we still look like Guybrush. That's not going to work. What is this then? Read the
The
note.
assets of this establishment have been seized to settle a class action lawsuit. Have a nice day. The window's all boarded up, and it's very dark in there. Is that an old toothbrush?
So how do we obtain it then? There's something that we can poke and prod this with. We have coins with pen with a mop. Well, I don't really want to admit defeat and use the hint system.
I remember when these torches lit up Stan's previously owned vessels like a carnival.
But we've been staring at this for quite some time. High Street and Low Street. So at the end of the plank, the book is the one thing I can think of, but now we can't have a way to distract the cook to get the kitchen cookbook back, which kind of tells me that's not going to be it. You got LeChuck's ship, you got the docks, you got all the different streets. What is this? Maybe we should hand over the business card. No. Maybe there's a receptacle we can use for the grog and just dissolve.
I hope this isn't one of those party cruises.
I kind of like that idea. We did see the melted mug earlier. We don't really have any other kind of drinking receptacle though, and so that we would need to go to the scum bar, and I don't think there was anything interactable there that would give me that. Wish we could pick up more of these signs and set them on fire.
No parking of demonic, ghostly, or undead vessels or scooters. Tuesdays 3 to 4. Looks like this is going to be a long journey.
Can we trade off the knife, perhaps? Because currently the knife is being less useful. There's another fire here that we could potentially use to set other things on fire. I don't know. We never really figured out what the owl wants.
Hi there, little guy. Hi again. Ever think about retiring?
Sure, sounds great. I'll get a little place where I can sit by the fire and watch the ocean.
Well, might be some kind of complex second order interaction where we need to condition the knife to the point where we can use it. I don't see it at all. Like, the only thing that has given me any headway whatsoever so far is that it lets you at least attempt to pry off the boards with a knife here. This is the only interaction we've found so far with any item and the boards.
I don't want to wreck my brand new shiny knife. It's my very own, very sharp, non-magical ceremonial knife.
Maybe we need to do something with the cauldron for the voodoo lady. You know, dip the knife in there or something. Or just do something with that. Also,
I'd need a lot of keys to open that.
Yeah.
How much for the safe?
It is not for sale at any price. As I said, it has been placed with me.
Green, half off. Blue, half of half off. Yellow, half of half of half off. Orange, aren't you glad you're here? Keep up the good work, buddy.
I actually don't know. No disguise in here.
Do you do gift wrapping?
We're out of wrapping paper, unless you'd like it wrapped in the skin of a lizard.
What
No
do we
thanks.
do something with the cauldron? Can we put a knife there? No. What's that on the top shelf that we clicked on just now? Did we ever interact with the top shelf? Top shelf.
All my merchandise is top shelf.
Right.
Can't
I remember
you
her
at least
saying
wait
that.
until I say what I'm thinking? It's creepy.
Impressive chair. Very
I've
impressive
always
chair.
been impressed by your chair.
Thank you.
You know what? Let's actually continue talking to her because maybe there's something critical here.
Can you tell me where to find the bite of a thousand
It stands
eagles?
toothbrush. I just don't know.
I wish I could.
Me too. Is dark magic powerful?
Powerful, yes, it can be. But dangerous. If the badger chews his own tail, soon there is no more badger.
Incredibly
You like
wise
that metaphor a
observation.
lot, don't you?
It has many uses.
Got any other mystical advice or information for me?
No.
Okay, well that's not helpful. So, we haven't interacted with the painting.
It's torn and ugly, but strangely compelling.
Who would want the painting? Who could possibly want the painting?
Snazzy sign. Wally's done well for himself.
No, there's a map supply all over the place. Are there any maps with materials here that we could
It's
potentially
maps
use?
wrapped in maps. I didn't know you could do that.
There's a spiky
That
map.
looks like a treacherous voyage. It says, rating, cursed black diamond.
The maze map. The pattern map.
Huh, never seen one of those before. It looks expensive. And shiny. I like
Can I
shiny.
abscond with it?
Good
Nope.
old mazes. Can't get enough mazes. Hey, Wally.
Clock's
LA
still
clock
broken?
is
Yeah, we've
still broken.
had this interaction before, I think.
I appreciate that Wally hasn't traded it in for a new model just because it's been around the block once or twice. I feel very strongly about that for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
They're having a half off sale.
What if I... No, I can't really pick up the sign.
Property foreclosed by order of Madison Enterprises. Honoring Melee Island's 27th governor, Cardla the Swordmaster. It's Elaine's flyer about how limes combat scurvy. It's important. It doesn't look finished.
What was Stan boarded up for in the first place? So, yeah, the class action lawsuit, but then... Who do we settle that with? Well, there's the bar sign over here. I'll ask the
The name
scum
seems to
bar.
fit even better than it used to. Wanted. Any information leading to the arrest and conviction
Yeah, I wonder
of the
who that
person or
is.
persons who destroyed the historic mop tree.
So, we've only found 2 interactions so far. We've found that the knife can attempt to open up Stan's shop and it will fail. We found out how to junk some items into fire, which I suppose gives you a bit of inventory cleanup but no actual insight. Hope it's not a case of this game sort of nudging you towards using a hint book.
Waiter, I can't understand why this is taking so long. Just bring me what
Neither
the
can
governor
I.
served me last week.
Of course, sir. Sorry for the delay.
I still feel like the most promising thing is potentially getting the kitchen book back and trading it in for the plank book. And using the plank book.
This will be excellent.
It's Carla's copy of
doesn't even
Ingredients
seem
by Barbie
possible.
LaFleur.
Impressive health department
It's
certificates.
amazing what you can achieve if you put
We
your mind to it.
cannot
Then you have a
pick that
packet of
up.
stick-on stars.
Rinse
Food is more
food.
exciting when you can smell the
Coming
risk.
along nicely.
Maggots all over the place.
You remind me never to eat here again.
Ingredients indeed.
Can we do something to manipulate the stew?
Pleasantly scorching hot.
Can we do something to set something on fire at
So much to
this
do.
location?
Never complain
Look at my new
again.
mop. I made it myself.
That's a fantastic mop. Absorbent, expertly carved handle. It
Wonder
should
if I can
last
trade
you
it
a
to-
lifetime of fine mopping. Always confused about baking versus
That's the
roasting.
only interaction if I show him the mop, though. The ceremonial knife is good for absolutely nothing that we've seen so far.
Ugh, I remember that stench as
Okay,
if it
so
were
are we going to
yesterday.
compromise? Because I have been on this step for an hour, and this step is missing something. It's missing something very, very critical. There's no way. I mean, how is it that much more obscure than literally everything else we've done? There's absolutely no way. So Stan's toothbrush. It's clearly the sticking point. Nobody has some kind of tool that will allow me to get through it.
Fancy.
I don't seem to be able to set anything on fire, and I don't seem to be able to pick up anything that I haven't already picked up. What do we just knife something? Sketch of graffiti, criticize a statue.
Honoring Melee Island's 27th governor. The problem with this statue is it's not a statue of Elaine, the best ever governor of Melee.
What can we do to interact with Whitey Bones? I feel like maybe there was some clue here too with the journalist ID that we've managed to procure. Is there something right down with the pen, perhaps? My to-do list
I
is
don't
up
need
to
to
date.
update this by hand. The game takes care of it for me.
I feel like manipulating something using the pen is perhaps a course of action. What we can do, is, for instance, is take a look at this foreclosure notice. Well, can't see what we can interact with the pen either then. What is this?
It's Elaine's flyer about how limes combat scurvy. It's important, but boring. I've never once made it all the way to the end.
Scribble on the flyer, yes.
Some lines are better left uncrossed.
So, the fact that it lets you use the pen on certain notices, or at least with that single notice, is promising. Because maybe we should try opening up the general store. No. Did we try to feed crackers to the original parrot?
Hello, Mr. Brush.
Hi.
Yeah, rather crackers. We've got a whole tray here, of course.
It already looks well fed.
Already looks well fed.
At the end of the plank.
My mother's. Please don't touch it.
Well, the fact that there's a copy of At the End of the Plank here, and there's one in the library, does make it seem a little suspicious. But in order, once again,
I see
to
a
grab
peninsula
that...
trailing off into small islands, but no X marks the spot.
It's southern Florida. I have family there.
Governess boxes.
What's that key?
That one's for making a quick exit from somewhere you're trapped. And please, don't touch the glass.
We knife the glass. Rob everything in broad daylight? No. Maybe there's somewhere we can use the painting. No. No interactives here. This may have taken long enough, unfortunately. I'm extremely reluctant to lean on a hint system for this. But it does seem unusually unavailable, this particular course of action here. We've been everywhere. I've picked up every item that can be picked up at this point, unless we want to try the voodoo shop again and see if anything presents itself. But we've got the voodoo shop, we've got the museum. And, you know, in the event that I do
full of holes,
use the
stick oars in them and call it a galley.
system, I wonder... You know what? Stan's preparing legal defense. Have I offered Stan the journalist card? Because...
Hey, kid!
Maybe... The idea here is that we need to focus on getting Stan out, and that... Nope, the business card doesn't do anything. Okay. And he's got nothing. Got some bribery.
this was a good idea.
How
Hey,
are we
kid.
still here? Looks like a health hazard.
I don't remember this place being so leaky.
Maybe I should be breaking him out instead. Like, we're thinking about interacting with the plank when I just see nothing that will allow me to do it. Can we change the rules? No. And we've already used a key. That's not going to be useful. You know what? Let's go back to Roaring Fire. We put 2 objects in there. We've finished with the map. Can we just set the bar on fire? Or is this just a way to dispense with items? I wonder if there's something I can offer the pirate captains. Would want the map.
Yarr.
Waiter, I can't understand why this is taking so long.
Nor can
Just
I.
bring me what the governor served me last week.
Of course, sir. Sorry for the delay.
What was he served last week? Well, I mean, if we can find some kind of receptacle for bringing him a meal, maybe that'll be
So
something.
much to do.
What do we take the mop and the cookbook?
Oops. Oh, well, probably fine. 96 teaspoons in a pint. He'll never complain
Take
again.
back the cookbook.
Are you done with the cookbook? I'd like it back.
I'm still using it.
Can I just
So
give
much to do.
the mop back to him?
Well, now that doesn't even seem possible.
I'm gonna give him the mop,
That
and
back
maybe that'll
in
encourage
the
him to clean.
bucket.
Put it back in the bucket, okay.
The plaque says, "In memory of looming seagulls
He'll
of old."
never
Remind me
complain
never to eat
again.
here.
Let's
again.
interact with his mop. See if we can clean the kitchen. Put away the mop. Nope. Only thing you can do is put it away.
Active little guys, aren't they?
This
We do
will
something with
be
the maggots.
Excellent.
What about the crackers? No. Can we magnify the maggots? No.
Coming along nicely. Well, now that doesn't even seem possible. He'll never complain again.
Well... Is there something we can offer to pirate captains? I don't see that there is. Maybe something I can offer the fellow at the museum in exchange. Maybe we need a hint. This is possibly time to swallow some pride and determine if this was actually something fair to begin with, or if we're just missing an item strip.
Keep your hands off my mop.
There is a mug here. Maybe we can pick that up.
Don't look now, but I think there's a leech on your chin.
Buzz off.
Okay, doesn't let you pick that up. I was hoping for something like a grog receptacle. What is it then? What if we change the water poster? Let's change the water poster. Nope. That old trick isn't going to go here.
It's torn enough.
You know, using the wanted poster, not the wanted poster rather, but using the painting to replace some kind of image, as we did with the Kate Capsize poster in Monkey Island 2, might have some interesting ramifications. Where have we not gone here?
What's new, guys?
Not much, but be sure to come see us.
Snazzy sign. Wally's done well for himself.
Be sure to come see us at the shop tomorrow. Can we manipulate the time?
This place has kind of gone downhill.
I say manipulating the clock. Let's ask about the boxes.
Hey, Wally, what's in these boxes?
Maps.
Of course. What about we give him the double monocle? No, he's not going to appreciate that. What do we give him this map? Nope. How have we made 0 progress this entire stream? Maybe we did bail at an appropriate location last time then. I think we have to do it. I'm extremely reluctant. But we've been running around in circles for the past hour and I do not see how to get into Stan's hut. The only thing so far has been trying the knife. And he refuses to use the knife. For what I think are extremely arbitrary reasons. We tried to keys against it. We tried to mop against it. And maybe we'll use the hint system just once to see how it's implemented, because maybe it's a work of software that, as with the save resumption that we saw earlier, might be interesting. Can we actually go to the beach?
I remember when this place used to be wall to wall with
Nothing
sword
but
training
trees, okay.
gyms. Now there's nothing but trees. Progress.
Okay, so we can't do this. We can't go to Meat Hooks either. There's nothing on the map that I think we can arrive at that I haven't checked previously. I don't think there are any locations available to me that are unaccounted for, especially because Meat Hook's no longer there. We checked the forest, we checked the museum.
Museum of Pirate Lore.
If I can find some way to trade for a Meat Hook's hook, or to abscond with it somehow, that would be the right idea. But this fellow's not interested in anything. Got a ceremonial voodoo knife. You've got this melted bottle of grog I can't actually take down. You've got this fellow's business card. Money? Nope.
That is a really big parrot. Wonder how many
Everything
hands
was
it's
so simple. What do we use this with the Wanda poster? No. So the peg leg at some point contained a sword. Can we knock it down or something? How are we this unable to progress?
Warning. The dark forest ahead is...
What on earth? You poke the bottle, you can... What if you give Clara the... Sorry, Carla the knife? Business card? Big locks with a business card, perhaps? We did try the business card with Stan earlier, right? Yeah, we did. And that gave me no headway. Know this person, perhaps? No. Can we manipulate the plans? No. Can we add this to the plans? No. I think we have to do it. I really would not like it, but How do I find a bite of 1,000 needles? I mean, it's in Stan's hut. We don't know how to open Stan's hut. Collect a sample from the carnivorous plant in the forest near the museum. Oh, okay. I guess we just knife it. Okay. So we were missing an item. Okay. Hopefully that's enough of a nudge. Right, because it actually does let you into the first screen. Why didn't we consider that? Actually, carnivorous plant.
A classic specimen of Alata needleus, a carnivorous vascular dicot known for its tasteful coloration, slight wiggle, and loads of tiny, sharp teeth.
Okay, so this was in front of me the whole time. And we'll collect a sample.
Gotcha, you pointy little tracheophyte.
And maybe this will allow me... Let's fear it.
This is a plant with a bad attitude, and enough pokey parts to back it up.
Okay. Okay, we've got something. Yeah, I guess the nice thing about having the progressively implemented hint system, which I understand was also in Thimbleweed Park in some form, although I don't think I used it there, is that... Right, because in Thimbleweed Park there's the mock LucasArts hint line that you dial into in classic 1980s style. Can the plant just pry this open for me? No, it doesn't. It is going to be something else. Might be able to interact with the spider. Let's take a look at this.
This is a plant with a bad attitude.
Okay, so we got something new. What can we interact with that we haven't used previously? Can we burn the plant? Set everything on fire in the scum bar? I don't know. Let's try it. The roaring fire is something. And you can... I mean, the plant would be flammable. Nope. Not like that, but...
So much to do.
Possibly. Put it in a stew? Nope. Have it eat the maggots, actually.
Oh, well, probably fine.
No. Join up with something else?
So much to do.
Well, we do know that this is apparently a breakthrough. I kind of like that it's been a very minor breakthrough that we haven't had to really take advantage of. Carnivorous plant. What is the carnivorous plant possibly going to eat here? Let's see, there's a grog over here. I actually wonder if we can do any more plant cuttings. Let's actually try that. You can't burn this thing. Not that you would want to. You can't use it to grab the planks directly. Not that you would want to do that either. There was that rust bucket over here. I wonder if you could use it as a plant pot. Nope.
The assets of this establishment have been seized to settle a class action lawsuit. Have a nice day.
There is that spider in a jail cell. Seems like a rather big thing for a carnivorous plant to be catching, though. And there is, of course, the voodoo lady who could very well have a use for it.
Hey, kid.
Anyway, I was saying earlier, I
kind
of like the idea of having the built-in progressive hint system to avoid people overly spoiling themselves by looking things up on the internet, which they were liable to do anyway. as a way to sort of gently
You look like you're having
discourage
a good time. That's nice.
that kind of thing. Let's see. No, it doesn't interact with anything here. Well, it's something with the plant. Maybe we find a place to pot the plant. Something that we can do with the bottle, perhaps. Well, now we have a plant. It was just a hint that was urging me to take things that way, but it's not clear at all what this is going to be used for. Like I said, let's just try to go back to the jungle. Not the jungle, rather, the forest. Can we take a clip of the purple flowers? Take a
I'll treat
cutting,
myself
rather.
to a purple flower.
There we
I
go.
hope I don't get tossed in jail for this. It looks pretty and smells.
Maybe we will get tossed in jail for it. So yeah, this is the only screen that I can still interact with at this point. But what if we go back to where we were here and attempt to do some kind of sampling as well? Can we knife to the woodland creatures, or perhaps a carnivorous plant? No. Everything's too innocent here, apparently. I feel like we need to grow the plant somewhere.
It's probably time for them to fly south.
Who could possibly interact with the plant? The thing is, I don't know what the endpoint of this is in terms of understanding how to get to the plank. It seems like Meathook's hook is maybe one of the more promising angles here in terms of some kind of tool that I would be able to use in order to break my way through, but
It looks pretty and smells wonderful. This is a plant with a bad...
it looks pretty and smells wonderful. Wonder if we can attempt to give them to the cook as ingredients, or for that matter to the
You
voodoo
look
lady.
busy.
I am.
Yeah, he's not a botanist. The cook is kind of missing something. And maybe we should help the cook finish a dish instead of having him run around, because we may have more to do there. I'm trying to remember if we kind of resolved some kind of series of interactions with the cook already when it comes to doing something in the kitchen. So what do we
much to
offer in
do?
ingredients?
Ingredients, indeed.
What do we offer him? This flour. No, there's nothing that you can interact with here. Maybe we need to obtain one of the mugs here. I mean, what is the carnivorous plant even after at this point? There is the spider in the jail cell. That's potentially one thing, but... oh, you know what? There's also a leak that is coming out of the side of the jail. I like this idea that you
Hey, kid.
use this as some kind of hydroponic.
I don't remember this place being so leaky.
And plant something there? No, you can't.
Word of advice, kid. Stick to the narrow.
Wait a minute.
Pirate time.
You know what? I'm overthinking this. Bite of 1,000 needles. What if the plant is the bite of 1,000 needles, not the toothbrush? Because it's a bite of 1,000 needles. It's actually, I feel like the carnivorous plant is actually a much more literal solution to that than the toothbrush. And we've just been fixated on a toothbrush this whole time for no reason, when it should come later. Let's just give it to her. Maybe it is the bite of 1,000 needles. Also, can you give this to her? No.
There you go.
Well,
Bite of 1,000 needles.
that took
Tell
way too long.
Is this an ancient, powerful charm, or simply a plant you found in the forest?
I found it in the
You were
forest.
pretty opaque about what you wanted, even for you. I took my best shot.
Very well. You've always been the close enough sort.
Thanks.
Okay, so that took too long. Yeah,
Come, spirits of
I
deception
guess I was
and
massively
death.
sidetracked
Drink your rejuvenation
by the fixation on
and
the
awaken.
toothbrush as being the bite of 1,000 needles when we hadn't even
It's
considered the
nothing to
plant.
worry about.
I just overlooked it.
John Laney, this hapless boy needs your help.
Hey,
Take pity on him and bring him the power to hide from his enemies.
well, you don't have to put it like that.
Yeah, so I guess we missed something really obvious at the end, but
That's it?
anyway, here's the
Unless you want
disguise.
the extended service warranty.
No, thanks. I'm not a sucker. What do I owe you?
Maybe try it on first, before we discuss payment.
Well, I suppose we got a brief
Oh,
look at what the
how do
hint
I look?
system looks like. We will, with any luck, not use it again.
Ah! What the heck? I look like a zombie. Is it broken?
Nope,
One does the
as
best one
planned.
can with the materials provided.
I'll just wear it when I really need to. Ugh.
You're welcome.
I think I'm ready to set sail.
Okay, all set. Let's go to LeChuck. Let's pick up trivia first. How many skeletons are in the water on a Terror Island beach? We don't know. That's highly specific. Back to the docks we go. Yeah, I always feel rotten about using any kind of hint at all on the outside. I feel like if we hadn't been so laser focused on a toothbrush, I should have been able to get that, given that we did actually go back to the forest entrance to see what was there. But using the knife for plant cuttings was just something we didn't consider. Also noticed that I suppose this was optional, and also the items that we threw into the fire are definitely optional for obvious reasons. Let's
I
put
should
this on.
move farther away from the quartermaster.
Alright. How about here?
I should move farther away from the quartermaster
Let's-
so she doesn't see me.
Oh, you know what? We can hide behind here.
The quartermaster will never see me behind this crate.
There we go. Totally unrecognizable.
Hi there. You must be the quartermaster.
Yep, you look like a guy without many options. I need a swabby. It's BYOM. So, show me a decent mop and the job's yours.
We've
Okay.
got a decent mop.
How's this for a mop?
We've got everything.
Let's see. Stick, blobby spongy pad. Good enough. You're hired.
Great.
We'll be getting underway soon. Why don't you come on board and I'll introduce you to the crew?
I'm excited to see my stateroom. When's a good time to discuss the benefits package?
Meanwhile,
Threepwood's on LeChuck's ship. He's got some kind of disguise.
well, they know what's going
From a
on.
bargain bin, it looks like.
So what?
You don't think this could be a problem? We didn't plan for him.
I hate not knowing what's going on. I should have taken him out the minute he walked in here.
Don't worry, we'll know what's going on.
Yeah? How?
I've got a spy on board the ship.
Very mysterious. I guess we'll figure out who that is. Anyway, we're finally out of here. That took too long. The Chuck looking very fancy there. Part 2. At long last.
So once you were on LeChuck's ship, you turned the tables on them. You whipped out your sword and said, "I'm your captain now. Take me to Monkey Island, or you'll all walk the plank."
More or less.
Okay.
Name's Gullet, but you're not to call me that. To you, I'm the first swab, and I want to hear the capital letters when you say it.
Capital 1. Got it.
And this is the old. You'll be spending a lot of time down here.
I thought we'd have a union or something. How much time is a lot of time?
All of it. You work here. You sleep here. You take your meals here. Forget the world you knew before. This hold is your world. The hull is your ground. The deck is your sky. And I am your deity of choice. A cruel and vengeful deity. I only have one simple rule. You are not to leave this hold under any circumstances.
We are going to break that
Any
rule.
questions?
But what if I need to I like that question.
What if I need to
It's a ghost ship. Maybe they didn't
Use
account
the
for that.
portal. Don't get anything on the ledge outside, though. I hate an unsightly ledge.
Let's ask all the other questions in order now.
What happens if I leave?
I said you're not to leave under any circumstances.
Well, I know, just hypothetically. What if I did?
The worst punishment you can imagine.
I feel like it's
I
not
throw
going
you
to be
back down here.
that bad.
Nothing's worse than this.
Well, we'll find some way to get around him.
Where's my bunk?
You might be all right inside one of the crates. Otherwise, be sure to cover your eyes. The chickens like to peck. But it's probably safest if you don't sleep at all. The chickens have their ways.
The chickens have their ways. What's for dinner?
Oh, we'd like a bit of dinner, would we? Well, perhaps we can arrange a bit of roast duck under glass for your majesty. But seriously, learn to catch rats. You can drown them in your mop bucket. They make their own sauce.
I feel like we might actually be doing that.
What am I supposed to be doing exactly?
I'm also sort of interested if there's going to be some kind of
They're
inventory
all
reset
thicker than the
between
chickens.
parts. But... So we've definitely taken some optional
that the
items
whole answer?
with us, perhaps, or some
You're supposed to be swabbing.
red herrings.
I want this hold sparkling, as if it was clean. Now, get to work.
Anyway, let's grab mop and let's go.
Yo-ho, pirate's life for me.
Now, that's one of the benefits of having everything under the Disney IP umbrella now. That you could just sneak in a little Pirates of the Caribbean here, which is very circular given how much the Pirates of the Caribbean films seemingly cribbed from Monkey Island themselves. Can we take off the eye patch while nobody's looking?
I better leave it on while I'm on
No.
the ship.
As with disguises in the previous games. Oh, let's smell it before we scoop it up.
I think it's chicken grease. I hope my roommates don't get upset.
Anyway, like I was saying, inventory check. Yeah, so you can see the extraneous items actually got discarded. The extraneous item being the plant cutting that we didn't use. But practically everything else was retained. Although, we didn't need the painting to get out of the previous part, so... The fact that it was not removed is interesting. Also notice that one of the keys, a jail cell key, was removed, but this museum display key was not. But this is the one that's interesting here, because picking up the painting was an optional task. And yet it looks like we'll need this later. So, maybe if you don't pick it up initially, there's some opportunity to go back to it later on Melee Island, but this is very curious. Anyway, worry about my kit bag? Yeah, we'll do that.
The rest of my gear is in there. I hope it'll be safe down here.
I
It's
certainly hope
probably
so
fine.
too. Let's admire the view.
I can't see much through this thing. Yep.
Yeah, very much so.
Yep. Yep.
Well, we've got the mop. We can get to work eventually. Let's find out what's in the crate. Oh, it is Murray.
Murray? Indeed, I am Murray, the all-powerful demonic skull. But you have me at a disadvantage with it, zombie man. Have we met before?
Okay, now this is interesting. Because Oh, he doesn't recognize me. Okay, that's why. Because, yeah, so Murray, of course, originates from Monkey Island 3. And I remember that he did appear in the initial trailer for Return to Monkey Island, and that it was kind of an open question as to the extent to which this game was going to engage with the Material and Curse. Yes, but at a demonic skill party, let's say that.
Yes, at a demonic skull party.
I recall a clumsy bartender spilling a lava guavatini on my necktie. That must have been you.
That was definitely me.
And you plague me now just as before. A curse of painful boils on your left foot for exposing me. I'm here undercover, gathering valuable information for the exquisitely devious Captain Madison.
Well, that gives it away.
Very interesting.
Ooh, I probably should not have said that. Do me a favor and keep it to yourself, withered zombie man.
No problem.
Okay, well, that's simple enough. Can we pick up Murray? Probably not. We'll just find out more about Madison.
How come you're working for Captain Madison? I thought you were your own man. Skull.
I owe her a favor. It's none of your business.
Okay. So, Murray doesn't recognize me through disguise, which is good enough, because it seems like it would be valuable to know that I'm Guybrush, and he doesn't know. We can get to work, we can attempt to pick this up manually.
No way
Bad
am I picking
idea.
that up with my hands.
Let's get to work. Unless there's something I can interact with here with Murray. No, let's just go on and see what happens. Let's swap the grease, okay? Why not?
Looks like you missed a spot.
Oh, now here's a cycle puzzle.
Oi, you missed a spot.
Come on.
Okay, so there's going to be something that we need to do to get through this obstacle here. Notice the ladder. We can climb to the lower deck potentially, but I feel like we'd slip on the grease. Now, this is interesting, that you can grease up more of the floor. So you can wipe this up, but you can also take the grease and slap it elsewhere. And I think what we want to do is grease these screws.
You missed a spot.
Is that your catchphrase
That
or
is
something?
absolutely what we're going to do.
I'll just put a little dab on there.
And we'll do it likewise. Yep, it is a greased screw. We'll take a break. Oh, you know what?
Ugh, I'll keep my distance. Others
Almost
are
got
more
an
vicious
egg.
defending their young.
Little ghost chicken here. Let's see if we can swap Murray, just to see what happens.
You missed a spot.
Seriously, get some new dialogue.
Can we? That is very disgusting. But he's greased now. And we greased a kit bag. Don't know there's a purpose to that, but we'll do it anyway. We can't grease the ladder, can we? No, we can just climb to the lower deck and we'll be ejected back
Going
down.
somewhere, Swabby? You
Or
haven't cleaned up that mess.
never leave in the first
Get back
place.
to mobbing.
I'm feeling just the slightest
Anyway.
twinge of regret about the choices I've made up to this point.
Let's take a break. Let's remove all this stuff.
Yep.
It is greased. How do we pry it out? Let's use a key, perhaps. Nope. Use a knife. Yeah. Pretty simple then. And then we'll use the porthole. Kind of nice to instantly get a solution again once we got jammed in that previous one for an hour and a half. Let's admire the view.
Driving rain and crashing waves. Perfect sailing weather.
Absolutely perfect. Let's leave.
It's a really tight fit. I can't quite squeeze
I bet
through.
Murray can fit through.
Why do you owe Captain Madison a favor?
Well, ironically, I was sealed up in a crate, and she freed me.
Let's just keep
Oh,
talking
you mean
about
like I just did?
It's not the same thing.
What exactly is Madison up to?
I would be a poor spy indeed if I told you that. You diminish us both by asking. Knock it off.
we're going to keep asking.
Come on. Tell me what Madison is up to.
You diminish us both by asking. Knock it off.
Okay, I guess that's the point at which it is signaled that we're done with the dialogue for now. Well, if I can't make it through... Let me think about this.
Driving rain and crashing waves. Perfect sailing weather. It's a really tight fit. I can't quite squeeze through.
Well, you can't quite squeeze through. What if we grease the place? Let's just grease it up a bit.
Looks like you missed a spot.
Oh, nuts.
Swap the porthole, can we? Yeah.
Better.
There we go. There we go. Much better. That should work. Oh, I should have invited
Grease
mess on me.
helps. A little. This is now a slightly greasy porthole.
Slightly. We want very. We can do better.
You missed a spot.
Now, do we do it by
Nuts.
repetition, or do we do even more? Let's swap this up some more.
You missed a spot.
Oh, nuts.
Yeah, we should be able to really get this dripping. Wonder if that will go any further.
Looks like you missed a spot.
Oh, nuts.
Okay, swap the hole 20 times. Looks like the level of grease isn't
Looks like you
going
missed
to
a spot.
get anywhere from
nuts.
here, though, so... Yeah, that's as far as it's going to go. Let's take a break and let's leave. Escape, yeah, listen,
That
Artemis.
is one revoltingly greasy porthole.
Very much so. Let's go.
It's working.
Alright. So, there's a greasy porthole. We are allowed to go back.
It's the ship's hold. Home sweet home.
And we can scan the outside of the ship. We can go quite far, in fact, in doing so. Check out the rudder.
I
Big
think
window.
that's Chuck's cabin, but it wasn't on the introductory tour.
Let me just see how far I can go first. You know what? We can peer in.
I can't see anything.
Not a big deal. Oh, interesting. This
can't see
cannon's
anything.
looking rather shifty. And there's a ladder, there's a railing, and a pretty small anchor for a ship this size.
It looks like it'd be more useful for fishing than stopping.
Yeah. Well, we can climb in a couple of these at some point, although the portholes are fairly small, and I guess without the grease it probably won't let me, but... Oh, you know what? We can try.
This one doesn't open.
Open. Alright, let's try the other one. Notice how you can use the dash button
This
all
one
the
doesn't
same,
open.
even if you're sidling around. We can try to get up on a deck, but... I think I'd like to check the rudder first. Look at this massive skull here. Alright. Oh, look at that. We can breathe for 8 minutes. I'm very curious about whether we can get the achievement for just holding our breath and dying here after 8 minutes. I feel like we can. It's a bit of a wait, though, so for streaming purposes, maybe we shouldn't do it at this moment.
That's a big rudder.
But yeah, as advertised, you can hold your breath for 8 minutes. I'm very tempted to just park there for 8 minutes, except, you know, we've already been kind of parking our bums on this game for long enough today, given how we were doing with the puzzle earlier. I feel like that there was something we could do to interact with that rudder, and that we just haven't done it yet. We don't know what we want to do with it, though, so...
That's a big rudder.
We currently don't really have a tool.
I got these from the porthole.
Yeah, we've got screws in a porthole. I doubt we can actually reach this with something right now. But there will be something that we can do to manipulate that later. And if we don't know what it is, maybe we'll just wait out the 8 minutes of breathing after all. So let's go. So there's the anchor we can interact with here, and there's the rudder. Let's see what happens up here.
Blah, blah.
Empty
This is
boxes.
a bunch of empty containers of monkey blood and squid ink.
Okay.
And so,
Sure, we'll just hang out.
slaughtered them to a man, I claimed my prize. Feast your eyes on this, me hearties, the one and only map showing the exact location of the secret of Monkey Island. The map.
I seem a lot more excited about this than
my
everybody else.
No one is to touch it or disturb it in any way. Now, before we can follow the map, obviously we must make our way to Monkey Island itself. Let's have the potion report.
Wait, there's a potion?
You don't remember that from my other story? To get to Monkey Island, you have to brew a special potion.
Oh, yes, that's right. Back at Monkey Island 1. That was the only way to do it, in fact.
But you and LeChuck had both been
Notice
there
how
before.
I get to select a
Why
dialogue
couldn't you just
for
sail there?
Boy
Well, it
Brush
doesn't
here.
work like that. You
as
have
the
to make the
character I'm
potion
controlling.
every time.
How does the potion work?
I don't know. Nobody does. It's magic. It just helps you find Monkey Island.
What's in it?
Oh, let's see. It's got squid ink and monkey blood and a pressed skull. I definitely remember
Oh,
that.
yes, that's right.
Also,
Flag.
cinnamon, mint, and brimstone, and some coloring and preservatives.
We approximated
oh,
it.
And a live chicken. But listen, you shouldn't worry about this yet. Wait till you're 12 or so.
Okay, I think I got it.
The potion is nearly finished.
I feel like
Captain.
after the frame story is dealt
All
with,
that's
that we're
left
going to
is one
finish the game
flattened
as Boy
skull,
Brush.
and we'll be ready to cook it.
That's how we'll ultimately find the
You there, in the
secret of
back.
Monkey Island.
New guy.
Me?
You look familiar somehow.
Just slightly. Do you ever go to Swabby conventions?
Do you ever go to Swabby conventions?
Well, no matter. Go and get us a skull. A flat one. Any questions?
Well, we know why it has to be a flat skull, but we're going to ask anyway.
Why do we need a skull?
To finish the voodoo potion. We just went over this.
Well, why does it have to be a flat skull?
Because the recipe says so.
And,
Where
I mean,
should I look for a skull?
I feel like we shouldn't be using poor Murray here. Partly because he's not pressed.
Can I have a raise?
Sure. Straight into the rigging, where you'll hang by your ankles for the next few years.
Got it? Never mind.
Yeah, you get used to it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm on it. One skull. Flat.
Be quick about it then. Meeting adjourned.
Alright.
We'll finish the potion and then I'll
That's
see
enough
about
of
getting
that.
my hands on that map.
Well, we can't flatten Murray, but we can ask the crew about the potion.
How's the potion coming?
You heard the captain. It's nearly finished.
Go and find a flattened skull like he told you to. You can't do that. Find a regular skull and flatten it.
Well, if we do find a way to flatten Murray, then maybe that
The potion
is
smells like it's ready to go.
how we'll go
It's just
with
missing
this.
the flattened skull.
I feel like that's maybe slightly inhumane, though. Even if he is already a skull. Borrow Applebob's skull, can we?
Nice looking skull you've got there, Applebob.
Now, before you get any ideas, I'm a ghost. My skull won't work. And Putra already asked. Why don't you stick your own head in the pot and see what happens?
Relax, I was just making conversation. I'll find a skull someplace else.
I kind of wonder what happens if you go down and offer this to Murray. But we're going to use
This
up
is a bunch of empty containers of
potion
preservatives
supplies
and coloring
first.
agents.
Let's look up.
crow's
I'd
nest is
like
up there.
to climb. It looks like this guy's probably going to obstruct me, though.
This is a bunch of empty containers of preservatives and coloring agents.
There's nothing you need up there, new guy.
Oh, he objects. Flambe.
Shouldn't you be up in the crow's nest doing lookout stuff?
The best show is down here. I want to see if you screw up this thing with the skull.
That's a good point.
Can I check the crow's nest for a skull?
There's nothing you need up there.
Yeah, because the flag would be the natural thing to go for, but I doubt it's going to be the flag, just given the redundancy with the Monkey Island 1 solution.
Any ideas for where to find a skull?
I'm really more of a watcher than a helper.
What's it like working for LeChuck?
I can't complain.
Really?
It's in the employee handbook. No complaining. You'll live longer if you remember that, new guy.
Do we have a
Do
union?
we have a union?
You sure don't, Swabby.
Okay.
Gotta go. I've got a job to do.
My condolences.
We'll go back into the ship eventually, but let's check this first and maybe even have a conversation with LeChuck. Do not pet the ship's cat. We're petting the ship's
The
cat.
very first item in the ship's safety procedures is never to try to pet Scruffles.
Now it says attempt to pet Scruffles. Well, what does he even do? Doesn't seem to object. I bet there's an achievement for attempting this repeatedly too, so we'll just spam it. Seems like it's the same thing every time though. But anyway, let's leave that for later. There's a bell. You shouldn't ring this right now.
Now's not a good time to attract attention.
We eventually will though.
We'll see. Top deck schedule. 1 bell, crew voting. 2 bells, LeChuck shouting.
Okay. We'll keep that in mind for later.
Toasty. Sorry to intrude, your ghastliness.
I told ye to find a flattened skull. Do it! Before I decide to use yours instead.
Well, let's negotiate with Murray. We should look inside the ship first. It seems like there's a lot more ground to cover still that we haven't done. Is this thing loaded?
Looks like it's empty.
Can we load it? Doesn't matter what we load it with, but possibly we load a skull in it. Flatten things that way. Okay, that's interesting. Keep any and all limbs away from bars.
Devil crabs like limbs, apparently.
They do. Alright. Let's inspect everything we can.
Stop overfeeding Molly, you rotten clods. She has digestive trouble and I'm tired of cleaning it up. These open plan offices are all the rage now.
Oh, yes they are.
Reminder to all
Very
crew,
unfortunately so.
Extinguish demon fire with the proper extinguishment. Other methods will not work.
Now, so what is proper?
Stop overfeeding Molly, you rotten clods. She has digestive trouble and I'm tired.
Well, Molly is not Scruffles. That's going to be somebody completely different. Ghost Rat. That could be Molly.
I guess it's a good sign if they're not trying to leave.
What do we try to feed it? No. Laundry time?
Oh, I barely touched it.
Can we loot that somehow?
It just fell apart. I was barely even here.
Nope, guess not. We can
It
feel a
doesn't do much
lot
to
of
cut
warmth
the
all
chill
over the
here,
place.
but I'll take what I can get. Nice. A slideshow of creepy zombie guys. Wait a minute.
Have I seen this
That
before?
looks exactly
oh,
like
yes.
Elaine's wedding veil.
The design is still fashionable. In its own way.
Toasty. Toasty. I know art is supposed to grab you, but this is taking it too far.
Safe distance, shall we? Unless there's something that we
I know
can
art is supposed to grab you, but
put in its
this
arms.
is just taking it too far.
Probably not yet. So nothing else we can interact with just yet. I feel like this on the right is going to be relevant eventually, though. We definitely can't pick up the ghost rat, I suppose. Well, let's see what's in the bag.
You're out and about.
Ghost chicken feed. Oh yeah, okay. We didn't see the
wonder what
chicken
it's made
feed
out of.
previously, so let's just take some and feed the chicken.
I don't think so. Nice chicken. Don't bite my fingers off, okay?
Oh, if this is Molly, then we can overfeed her. What does she do when we overfeed her again? I don't remember, but we'll do it anyway. I'm going to assume this is Molly, and then we're going to take the egg if we can.
what it's made out of.
Okay, we don't really even need to walk back and forth. We could just have something a little more automatic here, perhaps. Let's take a look. In case there's anything
I'll
we
keep
can
my
do.
distance. Mothers are more vicious defending their young.
No, it doesn't look like the response has changed so far, so let's just negotiate with Murray. I don't want
Come on.
Madison.
Tell me what Madison is up to.
And we can pick up Murray.
Diminish us both
That's a new
by
prompt.
asking. Knock it off.
Hey, Murray, why don't you come with me? I can show you around the ship.
No.
Well, he's not so fond of that idea, so I guess we'll just have to press him. And am I going to be stopped?
Hold
Yes.
it right there. You come up when I say you can, which is never. Get back to mopping.
Now, the thing about the ghost chicken feed is that I don't necessarily need to use it on a chicken.
I wonder what it's made out of.
We can always taste it.
I don't think so.
Nope. Let's feed her once or twice more, and then if this fails, we'll take the feed with us to potentially use elsewhere. Ooh, this is more of an interaction here. We've gone quite a few times already, though. Okay, let's just get it. Count your blessings. Okay.
At least they don't smell like live chickens.
Yeah, I guess there was one on the left, too.
More importantly, is the taste of after chicken the same as the aftertaste of chicken?
Is the taste of after chicken... Yes, let's just say yes.
The rest of my gear is in there. I hope it'll be safe down here. It's probably fine.
Okay. We don't have anything that can interact with the anchor or the rudder so far. That may be much later. Alright. Use the potion supplies, etc. Let's apologize to Bob.
Sorry if I offended you.
Oh, that's okay. I know you're under
Did we
pressure.
get anything for this? I am under pressure. I wonder if that's the clue.
Sorry if I offended you.
Oh, that's okay. I know you're under pressure.
I wonder if we can carve him down or something. No. We can see if there's something else that we can feed with the ghost chicken feed. We're going to try it. A kitty? No. It is ghost food. Perhaps that's not surprising. Also... Oh, feel the warmth. Okay.
Ghosty.
Thought I saw a tool there. Use that potion supplies.
It just fell apart. I was barely even here.
Okay, so we checked Chuck's cabin earlier. I don't think that chicken feed really changes anything here, though. I mean, we can always feed a rat, perhaps. But it seems like only ghost chicken is going to eat ghost chicken. There was some kind of clue about it earlier, though. Take Murray against the wall, can we?
Hey.
Oh, we can. Okay, that does it.
How's it going in there, Murray?
You will pay for this indignity, you worthless skull napper.
We need him, though. Wonder what we can do to press him now. Let's go to the rudder. Use some water for pressurization here. Who knows?
That's a big rudder.
No, Nothing else to interact with. Fortunately.
How's it going in there, Murray?
You will pay for this indignity, you worthless skull napper.
Well, we can just take the skull up and see about depressing. Pretty small anchor. Can we do something with it? No, not yet. Okay, we can threaten to toss Murray into Cauldron. We can also just offer him the skull.
Hey, that skull is
No, it's
flat.
And he'll probably say something if I try to offer it.
I have a skull. Should I put it in the pot?
Only if it's a flat one.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's see about smushing him.
I have a skull for the potion.
Great!
Okay, he doesn't seem terribly interested.
The crow's nest is up there.
And anything else that he'll tell me? I have a skull for the potion.
I have a skull for the potion.
I'm happy for you.
Okay. Couple of different dead ends here that had a bit of interaction.
Gotta go. I've got a job to do.
My condolences.
So can we feed Scruffles? We tried that earlier. We can also offer this to the Chuck, perhaps.
I have a skull for the potion.
Is it a flat one?
Not exactly.
It is
I
not.
said a flattened skull, you useless bilge rat.
Well, we can always load it into cannon. Nope, we can't. It's not doing anything for me yet until we load it with something and have a target, perhaps. Potentially including myself. Not a target, but a form of ammunition, rather.
Working, Swabby.
Glowy.
Ready for cannon firing.
Okay. Can't really drop him off. I wonder if I take off the disguise here. If I can get past this fellow.
I better leave it on while...
No. Read the sign.
Stop overfeeding Molly, you rotten clods. She has digestive trouble and I'm tired of cleaning it up.
Well, it seems like if we overfeed Molly, then we'll be able to distract this fellow accordingly and then go left. Let's pick up the trivia card first of all.
I wonder what's for dinner.
Now I wonder why he's willing to go like that. When the only thing that we've done is just interact with Murray. What is the name of the roguish pirate in Herman's favorite book? I actually have no recollection. So we're starting to fail at a few of those. Or at least not venture them. Brave the ship's galley? Yeah, we'll do it.
Ah! You're out and about.
We've been trapped.
More importantly, is the taste of after chicken the same as the aftertaste of chicken?
We didn't offer that chicken a feed. Maybe that one's Molly. Oh, that responded favorably. Except we're out of chicken feed now. Okay. I feel like feeding either one of them is promising. And yeah. Not sure if we offer, perhaps. Yeah, the other ghost chickens are pretty minor ghost chickens. I think this is doubtful. Or just offer them crackers.
I think that only works on parrots.
No, they are not parrots.
I think that only works on parrots.
Okay, we tried. You know, as far as the skull goes, oh, we don't really have access to the map maker at this point. Because as far as flat representation goes, like, the map maker is a prime candidate. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I shouldn't have burned so much time on the first puzzle earlier today. It's made me a little bit tired for the continuation of everything else. This might end up being a relatively short stream just due to fatigue. Well, we've got a skull. What happened to that? Other container that I had going. Well, we can attempt the lollipop again without setting off some kind of alarm detection. Could potentially try to return to the hold. And he'll catch me if I try to come back out this way. Oh, no, he won't. Beware the galley. Let's do it.
You're out and about.
Okay, we couldn't catch him in action like I thought we might earlier. Let's make sure we do have chicken feed.
That is when revolt.
Okay, so current obstacle is what? I mean, current obstacle is just to get to the island. Plot-wise, I mean. Compressed skull. What do we have to compress? Just the anchor? Didn't we say we'd try the anchor? Okay, pretty small anchor for a ship disguise, but we do something special with it. Well, just a cannon loading. That's the only thing I can think of otherwise. Make gunpowder out of the kitchen feed or something. There's also a rudder interaction here. Nope. Not quite. Okay. Well, let's see where this takes us. Gonna be back up here, and then potion supplies we've used. We managed to position the first Swami out of the way somehow earlier. fire in a hole. Is this thing loaded? Let's
Looks like it's empty.
figure this out. Wonder if we could use the monocle. No. Double monocle, as it were. Read the business
Pirate
card.
Times. Editor Conrad Lee. Ready to publish your unrecognized genius.
Yeah, we're going to need that at some point. Pretty clear. And not just for restoring order here. Possibly not even restoring order at all, for all we know.
It's torn and ugly, but strangely compelling.
Now, can we load this here? No, we can't. We don't have much going on right now. Whoops. Blood and skull. Well, this is the first way I can think of to flatten Murray here, but looks like we don't really have a choice of whether to fire him off. Screw removal might be interesting as an avenue to pursue. Also, can this door be closed? Because with the simplified verbalist here, we are kind of at the mercy of the interface. The business card. We have some screws.
I got these from the porthole. Well, we can press it with the cannon, but then we would need some kind of gunpowder equivalent, which we don't currently have. We just have to chicken feed. Might not be that at all. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we did have a little bit of character loss on the way from Overwatch 1 to 2. Maybe so. Maybe just some re-edits in the background story, etc. What can happen? Oops. Oh, and I'm no longer in possession of one of the mushrooms, so we might need to make some cuttings as we go. Right, the ship's galley, only we have some additional protection. Well, there they are from a safe distance. We do have art of our own. Okay. Yeah, not thinking straight right now. Laundry time. Let's see what we can do. Show Murray the broken laundry machine. Oh, I like that idea. I don't think he wants to see a broken laundry machine.
We can always show Murray the rudder, actually. I kind of like that idea. I feel like there's some potential in that approach. Well, let's see, we can go back around. That seems like it might be the most efficient way to do it. Okay, we need to press the skull somehow. If think that's what we're doing. It might not be. Right, because I want to show that gentle introduction on the right side. And to pet Scruffles, yeah, we'll do. Looks like the time is not appropriate for bells, at least until we've greeted everybody that we can. Now I may need to relatively soon visit. I mean, this is an unusually short stream for me so far, but we're a little hampered by fatigue here, and that seems to be pretty seriously affecting my ability to find ways around basic spaces. Okay. Is the potion supply?
This is a bunch of empty containers of monkey blood and squid ink.
What do with that? This is definitely very critical to the cannon here. I feel like we're definitely going to fire something. Keep any
don't grab
away
like
from
limbs, apparently.
Ours. Well, Murray doesn't have limbs now, does he? No. Well, he's not too interested in having a skull.
I have a skull for the potion.
I'm happy for you.
Now, what can we use for flattening then? Definitely worth considering the dictionary that could provide us with quite a bit to work with here.
How's the potion coming?
You heard the captain. It's nearly finished.
Go and find a flattened skull, like he told you to. If you can't do that, find a regular skull and flatten it.
Okay. Get Murray to interact with workspace. I feel like the clue of feeding somebody or overfeeding someone is actually the critical thing to look for.
Reminder
We just
to
don't
all
know.
crew: extinguish demon fire with the proper extinguishment. Other methods will not work.
I feel like we are going to set something on fire with demon fire then. Complicated. Fire the arc from safe distance. Sustain. Take the veil. Oh, we haven't considered this yet.
Ooh, I can't decide which is more
Let's take it.
disturbing. LeChuck somehow stealing Elaine's wedding veil, or him having a copy made.
Yeah, we didn't see the take the veil prompt over there.
If I'm wrong
Or
about
do we?
what that is, taking it would be a big mistake. If I'm right, it would be a bigger one.
Okay. Guess not. Well, we can use the skull in conjunction with one of our esteemed role models here. Apparently not. And yeah, the ghost chicken feed doesn't work at all.
You're out
We've been
and
here
about.
previously. Well, we made next to no progress so far. Let's take Murray down and see if he gets crushed by pressure or something.
How's it going in there, Murray?
You will
Let's just
pay
talk
for
to
this
him.
indignity, you worthless skull napper.
Okay, can we do anything with him at the moment? No, this is the only spot that we can deal with. Okay. back through the porthole up here into the porthole again. We've done all that. What's the whole thing with the GM norms that are rating, perhaps? Let's see. I don't know. Still have chess on the brain. Yeah. Small anchor for a ship this size. With the screws, we have a knife. I mean, there's nothing we have that's going to hook onto the anchor. At least at the moment. I feel like we had some additional passage earlier that I just didn't cover my way towards. Instead of just going straight down, for instance. Although maybe you can.
Stop overfeeding Molly, you rotten clods. She has digestive trouble and I'm tired of cleaning it up.
I mean, we're clearly supposed to interact with that clue. Maybe we just need to keep feeding the chicken. I feel like we should just try it until something new presents itself. Let's see what the reaction will be. Getting excitable. I feel like that might be progress. Very difficult to say, though. What if we can lace it with something else? Let's see if we can actually do that. Nope, nothing going on. Once we got an egg, we got this intermediate tool over here. As I was saying in the previous streams of both this game and Maker, sometimes the trick that you're not really privy to as a streamer is just to log off for 5 minutes and clear your head a bit. Kind of tempted to do that. But it does mean that we got very little accomplished throughout the entirety of today's session. Okay, let's try it. Yeah, we know that we get ambushed in the galley. Something rather obvious I'm just not seeing because this is maybe not the optimal playing conditions. Let's ask
How's the
again.
potion coming?
You heard the captain. It's nearly finished.
Okay, how do we flatten Murray? I almost feel like if we had a chance to just kind of launch some kind of tirade of insults or something, then we get something that will be a stepping, crushing interaction that will then go on the board. Also, I noticed that sound is down. I don't know how long sound has been down, actually, but sound has been down for some time, perhaps. Let's fix this quickly, but I may actually call it really early today anyway, since today this game is clearly just not going too well, and it's partly a state of mind thing. Sometimes you just pick a bad day for these. So, it might have just been unwise to do it, given that we really got almost nothing done. Mostly because of that bite of 1,000 whatever that we dealt with much earlier. Yeah, crushing the skull. All I see that we can use is the cannon. Unless it's just doing more chicken feeding, which... Got the knife. Sort things out somehow. Make some kind of template out of him. Give him a little chuck. Why don't we just talk to Murray?
How's it going in there, Murray?
You will pay for this indignity, you worthless skull napper.
Nope, nothing yet.
Pirate Times. Editor, Conrad.
Let's offer that to him, actually. No reason? Nope, it's not. A lot of things not working out here. State-of-the-art pen. Is there something else we can offer?
Pirate Times. Editor, Conrad Lee. Ready to publish your
What about the map? It's not shaped like a skull. Nope, not interacting with anything what you have so far. I feel like the rudder was really the only thing that we have considered properly since it's so far out of the way. Well, I mean, in terms of screens, not really, but you know what I'm getting at. Just as a matter of proportion, we're traveling from A to B.
That's a big rudder.
That is a big rudder. I feel like that's going to be important. LeChuck's cabin is all the way up there. We can see it. We've been in there.
Straightforward.
Yeah, that's been acknowledged. I mean, we got Murray out of his perch. I wonder if we can put him back on his perch and see if perhaps we come to an understanding. No, guess not. Mopping pass? I don't know. No, no progress. Well, we're not using this hint system twice in one day. We're just in need of a little bit more attention here. Over the railing, pretty small anchor. No way to pick it up. I feel like there was one part of the map that we were looking at earlier that I've just not returned to or somehow otherwise missed. Feed into Coast Chicken? Nope. And yeah, eventually we'll make fun of some of the keys as well. Also, yeah, audio is failing again. Honestly, this session has not gone well. And maybe today's just an off day for the stream.
This is a bunch of empty containers of preservatives and coloring agents.
Oh, we have some sound again, okay. But not much. I think we're going to call it for the time being. It's really unfortunate that we've got so little actually solved today, given that we're still in the beginning of Act 2, and we just made it slightly out of Act 1, but... We've just been doing much too poorly and morale is low. Get a flattened skull, put a flattened skull in the cauldron. How do you flatten that? Drop something on it? I know. I think we will probably just bail for the time being then, and if something presents itself, perhaps we'll have a continuation. I usually like to continue to scream way past this point, but it's not working out. And we need to think about this. I do not want to use this, the int system twice in one sitting. I don't know. I mean, at the same time, that's what the int system is for. We're very, very stuck. Could be something up in the crow's nest that I need to do, and that the idea is to get Flambe out of the way. Give him a business card or something. Flatter his genius. Oh yeah, we were using these items against the ladder. That was not ideal. Combine Murray with the painting. No, I really do think that we need to just fire the cannon here and there. Maybe that will affect something. If we just fire it for no particular reason, if somebody will respond, no. Ask the crew about the potion. Use a trivia book that no. Thinking of using something to press here. I feel like we're not actually going to use Murray directly, and that we need him, in fact, for something else. You know, just give him to somebody. Yeah, one moment here. Let's just do a quick sound fix, because it has been blinking in and out pretty inconsistently. Which is unfortunate, because I thought that was going better than usual lately, I suppose, but... Okay, should be back in action. Let's switch back. What are we not interacting with here? Yes. Oh, the eye patch. We got a business card. You know what? We haven't been feeding the crackers to some of the animals. That might be something that potentially gets them overfed.
No, it's not a good time to... Stop overfeeding Molly, you rotten clods.
So which one of them is
Molly? She has digestive
Molly?
trouble, and I'm tired of cleaning it up.
I assumed it was the chicken with the egg. But just repeatedly feeding the chicken doesn't seem to be improving the situation any.
I guess it's a good sign if they're not trying
It's
to
a
leave.
ghost rat. The ghost rat should have been interested in the ghost chicken. The ghost chicken feed. Worry about your kit bag.
The rest of my gear is in there. I hope
Who's
it'll be
usable
safe
with a
down
kit
here.
bag?
It's probably fine.
Can we grease them up a little bit? No, it doesn't seem so. Why don't you just use the box itself, though? Because didn't we have the opportunity to interact with it earlier, and can't we use it to... or something? Nope.
At least they don't smell like live
They
chickens.
don't really smell like live chickens, but maybe we
already
should
have some
feed that
chicken
one.
feed.
We don't know who Molly is. Maybe we should actually just do a bit of trial and error here, in case it turns out to be one of them. Notice too, as far as interactables go, that chicken is no longer fitting the bill. Now, what's this on the right here? Ghost Chicken Splat. You know what? Why don't we create a skull shape with that on some kind of surface? Chicken Splat here. Do some kind of paper impression with it? No. Notice the X marking the spot here too. That's not suspicious at all. Maybe Duck Marine Grease? No.
That is one revoltingly greasy.
Okay. Pulling this out does nothing, seemingly. No. I don't wonder if we should just wait out the 8 minutes and drown. Nothing to interact with here. Can't repeat an attempt on the portholes that have been ruled out for obvious reasons. Okay, this is new. Eek.
I think it's just a sculpture.
Sculpture, okay.
I hope it's just a sculpture.
I don't think I'd interacted with it previously. Maybe that window of switching between one state and the other when it comes to setting one's own invisible self on fire. Be relevant.
Devil crabs like limbs, apparently.
Maybe we should also grab a devil crab if we can. No. Well, we could bail for now from fatigue, which is probably a good idea, or we can rethink this a bit and possibly plug into the hint system a second time again. This fire here, lighting a cannon, I feel like that's also potentially a clue. Who wants crackers? Let me just do a little more chit chat. No.
Gotta go. I've got a job to do.
My condolences.
And we actually talked to LeChuck since we obtained Murray.
Sorry to intrude, your ghastliness.
I told ye to find a flattened skull. Do it! Before I decide to use yours instead.
Should be something fairly simple. But easy to overcomplicate. I don't see it. Key. versatile. Take off the enchanted eye patch. No, it won't let me do that yet.
I better leave it on while I'm on the ship. It's torn and ugly, but strangely compelling.
Oh yeah, there's this from above. We still can't deal with it. Okay, we might have to concede defeat. Which is a lot more trouble than Heaven was previously. There's gotta be something we're just missing about this.
Pirate Times. Editor Conrad Lee.
There's just no way. We're running around for so long now without making any progress. Which has been a very common feeling lately. Not just here, but with other things we've been doing as well. Hold your breath for 8 minutes? Can't be it. But if you're able to, I don't know, flatten Murray with pressure. I mean, you're not really going to outright get rid of Murray, I think. Like, the solution has to be something more elegant than that. Much more elegant. Got all this cannon fire down here. You have your anchor over here. Is there some way to drop the anchor? Cutting a rope, for instance. Laying it down with something else, pulling it in. Engaging in further conversation. We are seriously missing something. I mean, there are boxes. I guess we really want to crate them up somehow. I just have to distract everyone in the meantime. We just toss them in directly? No, I mean, they won't let us.
Hey, that skull isn't flat.
Well, I've got nothing that I can use in my own right. There has to be some kind of external assistance. Just given how this is structured. So I'm going to use the potion supplies. I really do need to get around this guy to the crow's nest. That's the fundamental thing here. Thank you so much for the follow. Given that this has honestly not been a very good stream so far when it comes to actually progressing,
This is a bunch of empty containers of preservatives and coloring agents.
Very good pace the last time I sat with this, but we've been running around in circles, we've been staring at this thing, we've been, of course, refusing to use a hint. And just as a matter of pride, and probably a very ill-advised one, given that his system is right there. How do we flatten this? I mean, usually I'm able to see some kind of endpoint for the puzzle where there's some last step that is very clear, and it's just a matter of setting up the conditions for that. What puzzle am I trying to solve? Flattening the skull. I don't know if you've played this through already. Please don't give me any solutions, of course, so we're currently already kind of avoiding the hint system, but I've been on this one for some time, and we don't see it yet. The big clue so far has been about overfeeding one of the pets, probably the chicken. And you've already played through it? Yeah, I hope you had an enjoyable experience. I also enjoy watching the thought process when I finish one of these. Today I have not done well. We got surprisingly stuck on the really simple thing at the end of batch 1 where you give the voodoo lady the last ingredient, because I, for the longest time, misinterpreted the request as finding Stan's toothbrush in the hut, and we never actually wound up doing that, at least not at this stage. Even though there are some pretty clear indications we'll be back for more on Melee Island. Laundry time. It's gotta be something like this.
I don't think he wants to see a broken laundry machine.
No, I don't get that either. But, let's see. Is there something we can do to fix this? Fix it. Oh, here it is. We got it. We got it. We got it. Progress. It took me so long to find this. Many hours later. In a very literal sense. Many hours later. Okay. Now.
I'll probably do my shirt in a few weeks when it starts to get mossy.
Let's get rolling. Okay.
Let me apologize in advance.
That took so long to find.
I see no team. Only you, withered zombie man. Let me assure you that whatever you're planning, it will be nothing compared to the torments that I will...
I cannot believe how long it took me to find that.
The headache
But
from my
as I
old
was saying,
cannon
I'm
injury is
playing
gone.
very tired
Good.
today,
And
so
replaced with a brand new, even more
this might be
excruciating
suboptimal.
one. I would admire your methods if they had been used on someone else.
Thanks, I guess.
Yeah, that took me so long to see. Probably because this was labeled as laundry time rather than as an object, but... Yeah, no, that was just not spotting that I could interact with it. I feel less bad about that one than I did about the first thing that threw me off today, which was that silly carnivorous plant, which, like I said, I was so fixated on trying to find the toothbrush, thinking that it must be that I just missed a thing in front of me for the longest time. But now we have progress, so let's
The potion
progress.
smells like it's ready to go. It's just missing the flattened skull.
Yeah, like I've been saying, that's the issue with streaming these games, is that you don't really have the benefit of
Murray,
just
I'm afraid I've got more bad news.
stepping
for you.
away and, you know,
Murray,
clearing your
not
head.
hear bad news.
If things go badly.
I am bad news. My visage is the harbinger, striking abject terror into the loins of those who merely glimpse me.
Unless they're looking
I
at you
think
from
it sounds
the
like the
side,
same
in
Murray
which
voice
case
actor
they
as in
might
Curse
be
of Monkey
afraid of
Island,
getting
but
a paper
I'm
cut.
not
You have crushed
entirely
me with
sure.
a mangle. Yes, but I am unstoppable. There is nothing you can do to diminish my...
I did replay 1 and 2 before starting this game, but I
Monkey
didn't
Island.
have time to fit in 3, even though 3 is a game I've always loved quite a bit.
You're not ready
So-
for the deck. Where's your mop? And also...
Oh. Bad news. Well, that's a disaster. I missed more than the spot, I think.
I can explain, sir. I guess you'll be first swab now, whatever your name is.
A promotion. I won't let you down.
This'll be ruined now it's spilled.
I guess we're starting
Start
over.
making the potion again. I'll be in me cabin, gritting me collection of other people's teeth.
Redo the potion?
Is that even possible?
No! We barely scraped together the ingredients the first time. We're out of almost everything.
Who wants to tell LeChuck?
No one should tell LeChuck. Let's not be stupid.
Let's tip the cauldron back and pretend we're working on it. Maybe he'll forget about it eventually.
You don't know LeChuck like I do. But it'll buy us some time.
Okay.
Is this one of
Even
those times where you
more
substitute
hours later.
different stuff for all the ingredients?
I love how he's
and it
turned
works
upside down.
anyway?
No, they were right. We couldn't make the potion again.
But you told me that you can't get to Monkey Island unless you make the potion.
We didn't
Well, I
get the
did,
Monkey Island.
But as it
Oh,
turns out,
maybe
there
so.
is a way. We storytellers call what's happening now a twist.
Okay, so what did you do? Was there a magic map? An ancient sea creature? Did you move the island instead of the ship?
Whoa there.
like that last
you wanna
idea.
tell the story or listen to me?
Do I have to answer that?
There was an important piece of the puzzle that I hadn't seen yet. I started by looking around the ship for opportunities.
An important piece of the puzzle I hadn't seen yet. That seems like that's been the experience all through the day. But let's finally make some progress after way too long. Okay, what a mess.
That looks like a permanent stain. Ew, smells worse than it looks. It's empty now.
Yep.
What's that?
Plundering prospects.
You won't need those. I'll find a way for us to get to Monkey Island.
That seems overconfident.
Hey, Bob.
What do you think,
Have
Bob?
you got any ideas on how to get to Monkey Island that don't involve a voodoo potion?
My mind's a blank. I try to keep it that way if possible.
Okay. First swab is no longer around to restrict my movement on the ship. Also, we can go up to the crow's nest, which means that we
The
will
crow's
see
nest
something
is
new.
up there.
Okay, so let's extend our range of what we can do. Scan horizon first, then we'll think about taking the spyglass. And, okay, we can just go right to left with this thing, so we'll do that. Oh,
Hey, Flambe! Ship ahoy! You should try looking through this thing once in a while.
Things are simpler when I don't.
Well, you might be
yeah,
right
we've
in
been
this case.
tailed the whole
It's
time
Captain
by Captain Madison.
Ready the cannons!
Don't worry about it. LeChuck already knows they're out there. And also he threw out the cannonballs. They were metric.
Wait, never mind. Something's going on. They've got a cauldron on deck. That
Well,
looks like a cinnamon stick. Mint,
looks like they're going to get
squid
in
ink.
ahead of us.
Hey, wait a minute. I know that recipe.
Yeah,
They
Flambe's
didn't
excellent.
come to sink us. Those weasels are going to Monkey Island.
Okay.
He's so tired of everybody else around him. Anyway, it's like he's done this before. Those double-crossing thieves, that's piracy, I like
Those
that.
double-crossing thieves. That's piracy.
I'm not sure what else you were expecting under the circumstances.
Why aren't they happier? A well-placed stab in the back is cause for celebration. Aha! They're missing a skull.
Well, I guess we'll steal that instead, match that to Murray. And yeah, sure.
We don't
Let's take
need
the
a
first
potion
one.
because they have one.
What? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Make ready to sail.
Do I look like a quartermaster to you? You sure don't look like one to me.
I'll go talk to Iron Rose. This is gonna be great.
If you say so, Swabby.
Anyway, more trivia. Let's see. Go this way. Who's the local expert in Loom? Oh, we know that. It's Cobb. Anyway, that is a
These
swanky
things get more
spyglass.
sophisticated every year.
Would that we all did the same.
I've got an idea
What
for
he's
how we
reading.
can get to Monkey Island.
So you said. You should tell Iron Rose about it. Or someone who cares, if you can find such a person.
Anyway, I think he's clearly supposed to be French. Not just because he's named Flambe, but
I think it's just a sculpture. I hope it's
anyway,
just a
sculpture. Let's see what LeChuck's up to. LeChuck is not up to anything. Let's pretend to steer the ship.
Oops.
I think eventually... Oh, We will very soon be able to use the bell, though it says we still shouldn't be ringing it right now. Okay, that's fine.
Now's not a good time to attract attention.
What can we do with the bell again? Let's take a look at the
Top
sign.
deck schedule. 1 bell,
see.
crew voting. 2 bells, LeChuck shouting.
Same responses earlier from Scruffles. Okay, so we'll have another chance to fire Senator Cannon.
I have an amazing idea.
Does it involve mobbing?
No, it involves following another ship to Monkey Island. See, Captain Madison is just east of us right now.
Madison. Huh. She owes me money. And a hat.
They're brewing the potion to go to Monkey Island.
So?
So I'm gonna help them finish it, and then we follow them. All I need to do is get them a skull somehow. Make ready to sail.
They seem very skeptical.
No.
We don't even want to go to Monkey Island.
Golan gave us a perfect excuse to skip it, and now you're about to screw it up. Let's lock him in the hole.
Whoa, hang on.
I thought the whole point of this voyage was to go to Monkey Island. Sure.
I thought the whole point of this voyage
They're very
was to go to
reluctant
Monkey Island.
contractors.
It was. But that was strictly LeChuck's idea. There's nothing on that island except for the secret. The secret doesn't split 6 ways.
7.
LeChuck
well, we don't
only
know that
wants
for a
it
fact.
because of his obsession with that stale glass of milk Guybrush Threepwood.
Hey, did I tell you guys he asked about a job on the ship?
Threepwood?
I guess. I wonder if it's actually doable, the sequence in part 1, to finish everything without asking about the job on a ship as Guybrush, and whether the dialogue would react accordingly. You know, if you just never present yourself as Guybrush without the disguise in the first place. But I don't remember that bit in part 1 well enough to remember if it's actually labeled that way. Yeah, we previously went with the cultural value line. I think we should use it again just
The secret is a prize of incredible cultural value.
to see what happens. I'm sure they'd laugh
I think
at
you're
anything I
making a
say.
mistake.
Let's put it to a vote.
Voting is supposed to be at 1 bell.
Okay, we'll just ring the bell.
Fair enough.
Pay attention, Swabby. This is how we make decisions on a pirate ship. The matter before the crew is the question of whether we should go to Monkey Island.
So at some point
I
we'll
vote
strike a
nay.
revote.
Nay.
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 Aye.
The vote to go has to be unanimous. It isn't. Meeting adjourned.
Okay, so we'll either exercise some diplomacy or we'll just
What?
replace.
Unanimous?
We can
It
vote.
means I had to convince each and every member of the crew to change their vote.
Wow.
Okay, sure. Let's do that. We will not ask for a revote, yes? Let's do some
Listen,
persuasion.
About that trip to Monkey Island.
That we voted against.
Exactly. I want to try to persuade you to change your mind about it. Or if not your mind, then at least your vote.
Good luck with that. I'm regretting hiring you right now.
Okay, let's see. We probably shouldn't appeal to her curiosity. But I do like to scroll through clearly ineffective options just to see more dialogue anyway, so, you know. Are she
Aren't
curious?
you curious about what the secret might turn out to be?
Not really. No. Most secrets turn out to be either disappointing or disturbing. That's why people cover them up in the first place.
And
As quartermaster, it seems like you should be
Let's
more
go for
loyal
this.
to LeChuck, who, I will point out, very much wants to go.
I've been with LeChuck a long time.
probably need to,
Exactly.
In the beginning,
well, do
I
something
really
material to
admired the
pretend.
way he saw the world.
But, oh no, this looks like it's the dialogue puzzle sequence, so let's see. Has a big round box with a ribbon on it.
As a big round box with a ribbon on it and the secret of Monkey Island inside.
Oh, that's just it. I can't even remember what I found so inspiring. It makes it hard to follow his lead on a personal quest like the secret of Monkey Island.
Oh.
Okay. We probably do need to do her a favor, but like mopping things up, in fact. Let's actually just persuade her to let me
vote to go to Monkey
mop
Island.
things up.
I don't want to talk about that now. I'm having a crisis of faith about not being inspired by LeChuck to follow his lead.
That was perhaps
Okay.
correct.
Bob, I confess I'm a little confused about what your job is.
Oh, you're just hanging
I know
around.
You hang up there all day. I'm just not sure why.
As yardarm hanger, I serve as an example to the crew of what might happen if they break the rules. It's an important role, though admittedly not an exciting one.
Okay, let's see here.
I'd like to discuss your vote on the Monkey Island issue.
It's nay. I'm afraid going to Monkey Island doesn't really have anything in it for me.
Wouldn't a change of scenery be nice?
I've seen lots of scenery.
How about I make it worth your while?
Go on.
No, we can ask him, but let's ask about the transfer
I'll
first.
get you transferred to the other yardarm.
I've been there.
entertainment.
I prefer this one.
I'll take your next shift.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were after my job. No thanks.
Yeah, my playstyle
Be
through
your
this
best
is usually
friend.
to try to
My
just
best
explore
friend will
as much
always
dialogue
be the
as
sea,
possible.
Or maybe Putra.
Well, what would you be interested in?
Well, I've got all I need, but I'm
Yeah,
bored.
let's entertain him.
We used to have an entertainment budget, but this fancy new ship is leveraged like crazy, so there are no frills anymore.
Entertainment, you say? I'm sure I could come up with something. Entertainment is my middle name.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, I do like a good joke. They don't last very long, though.
Okay. There's a trivia book, but we can't actually use that on now. Business card, there's the painting. I feel like we need to grab something else first. Oh, hey, let's talk to Murray.
How's it going in there, Murray?
I don't know what you're planning now, but I'm going to see you burn for it.
Yes, he is. Okay. We'll probably need to do some additional series of interactions to get that entertainment sorted out, but let's just explore the ship for now and see what options open themselves up. There's, I guess, also potentially a display from the cannon. We can go up and talk to Flambe. Let's try that instead.
Working hard?
Never.
What is the book? I was asking that earlier.
What's the book?
It's a book of
I do want to find
underworld
out.
jokes. Jokes
Aha.
from beyond the pale. Unheard of in this world.
Okay, we get the joke book. We entertain his colleague,
Underworld
or we
jokes,
learn
you
some
say.
jokes from him.
Any good?
Hilarious.
Would you describe that book as entertaining?
I would use a shorter word, but yes.
Think you'll be done reading soon?
Nah.
I mean, he can
I don't really have anything else to do.
tell me a joke.
Does it hurt to have your head on fire?
I'm a demon. We're sort of all about that. You get used to it.
I guess so.
If you stuck your head in a bucket of water, would it help?
Demon fire burns underwater, so no.
Yeah, there was something else that we read earlier about demon fire and quenching it.
I'm guessing you don't wear hats.
Once in a while, I look good in them. For a few seconds.
I can't stop thinking about your head. I mean, what it would be like to have a head that was on fire.
I can help you out with that if you are really curious.
I think we'll pass.
Let's
talk about the
about
vote.
your vote on going to Monkey Island. Are there any particular favors I can do for you? I don't know a lot about your interests.
My main
No.
interests are sleeping and eating. I try to do both as much as possible.
Ironically, he's very good at keeping a cool head.
Do you have a favorite food?
Oh, yes. Scorched Alaska. Salty like widow's tears. Sweet like revenge. And fiery like a hot poker to the tongue. Except when Putra makes it, unfortunately. She does not make it hot enough for my taste.
Okay, we're going to get her to make it, and then we're going to spice it up with something. Scorched Alaska is going to be his solution. We get a joke book. We take it over to Bob down below. All right.
Keep up the bad work.
always.
Yeah, we'll get her to make it. We'll then think about embellishing it somehow. So there is going to be a sequence of locks here, basically, that we'll need to be aware of. Let's go down this way. I wonder what else we can
I'll probably do
flatten.
my shirt in a few weeks when it starts to get mossy.
Let's offer to flatten Murray again just for entertainment. No, I was hoping there would be some kind of dialogue reacting to that, but apparently not. LeChuck's probably already in his cabin.
You, Swabby, come over here. Ye be new to my ship. I like to meet each of my crew. What's your name, Swabby?
Let's come up with something. Oh, I can't pick Chucky? Okay. Bloodsword, Crazy Beard, Eye Gouger, Swabby. I wonder if he's going to react accordingly and call me this, so let's say Crazy Beard.
Beard, the beardless.
Look, I'm just
Okay.
going to call
Works
you
well enough.
Swabby.
It's not like they were going to
It's
record
not good
dialogue
for
for
the
each of
chain
those.
of command if we get too friendly. Any questions? None? Good. I likes an unquestioning crew. Now, get back to work before I use your entrails as bait.
Okay.
Wait! Don't forget the keel hauling tomorrow at 4. I like to think of it as a team-building
Now
exercise.
I wonder who
I won't.
is the lucky victim of the keel haul. But we can think about that
These
later.
open plan offices are all the rage now.
Okay. Sure, let's talk to
Flair?
What do you want?
Claire Gorey. What exactly do you do?
Forgive me, but I'm unclear. What exactly is your job on this ship?
I'm the second mate, bosun, gunner, ship surgeon, and composer. And I do the laundry.
Wow. Save a little for the rest of us, huh?
You after my jobs? Better not be. I need the cash. I'm saving up.
What are you saving
What are you
up
saving
for?
up for?
None of your business, Swabby.
We're going to find out, and we're going to satisfy this need, I'm sure.
What's that you're working on?
It's theme music for LeChuck. I'm sketching out a melody. I'm happy with the first 2 notes. They're both do. The repetition emphasizes LeChuck's relentless nature, his dogged pursuit of his goals. It's a quality I admire. Still working on the other notes. My target is 7 total. I'm hoping to work in an augmented 4th to make it sound demonic.
Right. I understand completely.
Okay, so he actually
Must
does
have some
compose
scrubbing to get to, right,
the
Swabby?
theme. Because the theme actually does begin with do do, and it does involve the augmented fourth because it dum bum 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 bum, and yeah, because it goes to raise fourth on the 6 or 7 notes of the 7-note motif. So it is self-referential, accurately so. And can we talk about your vote and going to Monkey Island? Yeah,
Can we
sure, let's
talk
do that.
about your vote on going to Monkey Island?
No.
Oh, come on. There must be something I can do for you. Something you want?
Nothing you can give me.
Try me.
Okay, fine. Earlier today, I lost my grandmother's whale knife. It was a gorgeous heirloom. I treasured it. And now it's gone.
Oh, I've got a
Bring me
beautiful
the
replacement knife.
And I'll vote for your stupid plan.
Great. Can you tell me where and when you last saw it?
I bet we
It was
do have the
sticking out of
correct knife.
Gullet's back.
Oh, no.
Right after I stabbed him with it. Probably still there.
I guess not.
Chuck threw Gullet over the side.
Yep. Joke's on you, Swabby. And
I've got a
I
replacement
guess on
knife.
me too. Now beat it. I'm busy.
We're going to try the knife right away. That's the obvious thing to do.
Nice try, Swabby. But that's not my knife. It's not even a whale knife.
Okay. I guess he's imagining something like an ulu. A double handle Alaskan knife or something. I don't know that's for whales, though. That's for different kinds of creatures. Anyway, brave the ship's galley. We are going to do that because We need to see about that scorched Alaska, spicing it accordingly, and ooh, sludge.
You'd think on a ship there would be opportunity to change the water once in a while.
Yeah, except we're in a sea of sludge.
At first I thought the privy must be behind there, but no, it's just the pantry.
We can ask what's in the pantry. Well, that might just be dialogue shortcuts for something that we'll ask about afterwards anyway. Pasta?
It's hard to tell if those are for cooking or combat.
Oh.
It's cute that you think there's a difference.
Exactly. We'll talk to her fully in just a moment here. I just want to scroll around to see
Yeah.
what we're dealing with. It's not pasta. What is that weird sound?
It sounds like screaming, but really quiet.
Listen to the soup. Anyway, let's ask about everything here.
Can I ask about that pepper shaker?
It was demon pepper, made from demon peppers, which are basically the hottest peppers you can get. Do not, under any circumstances, put it on anything you intend to eat.
I like spicy food.
Not like this. Burns on the way in, burns on the way out. In between, burns.
I mean, it seems like that's
Doesn't
exactly
matter,
what
the shaker's empty.
we're supposed to
I'm
put
all out.
in Scorched Alaska if we find something to replace the supply.
What is all this stuff anyway?
Oh, you know, urchin husks, bile duck extract, sugar, fangweed. Nothing unusual.
All the typical ingredients. Suggest changing the
You
water.
might want to change this water someday. Just a thought.
It's not water. I'm marinating the plate scrapings for tomorrow's dinner.
Okay. Let's talk to her fully then, after we ask about the pots. Can we? Yeah.
What's the soup of the day?
Some former crew members who didn't work out.
Yikes.
It's a delicacy.
Well, how about that Scorched Alaska, though, or
So, Putra.
whatever it was called?
Chef, Putra, please call me Chef. Everybody does.
They do?
No, never. But they should.
How come people don't call you chef?
Because they're a bunch of pedestrian clods who wouldn't know a great meal if it hit them in the mouth. Which, by the way, it often does, if you cook it right.
Okay. Or wrong.
But mainly it's because technically I am a cook, not a chef. It's a job title.
And yeah, let's say.
So a chef is
the first
better
one.
than a cook?
Not necessarily. I mean, a good cook makes better food than a lousy chef. But being a cook is mostly about mastery of materials and technique, whereas a chef adds artistry, improvisation, and innovation. Anyone who's tasted my boiled monkfish and haggis dumplings should agree that I deserve that title.
Okay, so we need to score a promotion. That seems to be the main thing here. Possibly just negotiate with LeChuck.
So a chef outranks a cook?
Yeah, of course, on a ship this size, I'd still be the only one making food, so that part doesn't mean anything. It's just about the recognition.
Does a chef get paid more than a cook?
I mean, yes, but on this ship, not enough to make a difference. It's the principle of the thing.
Well, have you tried to get a promotion?
Only about a dozen times. I keep the written request handy, complete with case studies and cost-benefit analysis.
So I
There is
guess
absolutely nothing wrong with this.
we should
But
look it over
LeChuck
and
refuses
embellish
to
it.
sign it.
Or force the
Management.
signature.
Yeah.
Let's force the signature. We've got the pen.
I don't suppose you know how to make Scorched Alaska?
Of course I can make
We need to
Scorched
replace the
Alaska,
demon pepper
but
supply.
I'm not going to.
Why not?
Scorched Alaska is the kind of thing that requires a skilled chef. Apparently, I'm still only a cook.
I see.
Okay. So, the thing about the demon pepper is that I bet we just get it off of Flambe's head. If we're going to resupply it, we just nip it off of him somehow. Who knows?
What exactly is a Scorched Alaska?
Imagine a dessert shaped like a huge legless jellyfish with a texture like ice cream wrapped in packing foam, and it sets your face on fire when you eat it.
Appetizing.
Not really.
Did you know Gullet well?
Sure. He and I were the only zombies in the crew until you came along.
Well then. Oh yes, that's right, zombies.
Sometimes I forget I'm a zombie.
I don't. Every time I try to get a decent cooking job at a restaurant or some swanky manor house, they say I'm too green, and they play it off like they're talking about experience level, but I know what they mean. Zombies need not apply. We don't want them rotting near the food. You must have experiences like that.
Yeah, let's sympathize here. My birthday party clown gig really dried up. I valued my time at a bridge club, let's say this.
My bridge club shunned me.
Unbelievable.
I know, it's outrageous.
No, I mean, you just didn't strike me as a bridge player.
How did you become a zombie?
Oh, the usual way. I was at the Culinary Academy at the time. At first, I thought I was having an allergic reaction to some strawberries. How about you?
Me?
Something about that eye patch. I'm a zombie by marriage, I like that one.
I'm a zombie by marriage?
Good one. I was married once too. I know what you mean.
What was Gullet like?
Well, you'll have noticed he was a bit of a bully.
Not at all.
He didn't have much power or control in his life, and he was insecure about that. So he compensated by being domineering, vicious, and cruel whenever he had the opportunity.
You don't say.
But he had his good side. He wrote poetry. Nobody else knows that. He kept it a secret. He was always afraid someone would steal his ideas. Not that anyone would have. His poems were total garbage.
Anyway...
I feel like that's a potential lead towards that knife. She's probably very sure she doesn't want to make a Scorched Alaska, but we might as well add some dialogue anyway. Clearly, we know what the objective here is, make her the chef.
Save your breath, I'm unswayable. There's only one opinion I value, and that's Iron Rose's. She's the smartest one on the ship.
Second smartest.
Now that you mention it, I'm remembering that I said just last week that I'd always vote with Rose. So I'm gonna do that on this too. Whatever way Rose votes, that's how I'll vote. Thanks for reminding me.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, because I guess the question of the vote is going to be treated separately from the requirement of being a chef to make the Scorched Alaska, which is what we need for Flambe's vote. So...
Are you sure you don't want to make a Scorched Alaska?
She's sure.
Like I said, Scorched Alaska calls for a chef.
Okay.
I'll let you get back to cooking.
Yeah.
We will review the request for promotion. Let's offer to help.
Why don't I see if I can make some headway with your promotion? I think LeChuck likes me.
Sure, knock yourself out. If nothing else, we'll all get some entertainment out of it.
I have the pen. We can always forge the signature. I don't actually know LeChuck's signature, though, so I feel like that's maybe a limitation here. Let's actually study this thing, though. Can we? Review the request.
Future makes a compelling case for promotion.
Okay. Forge LeChuck's signature. Let's just do it.
I don't think I could mimic his signature. It's pretty distinctive.
We'll need him to sign something else, perhaps. Perhaps an autograph.
Can I give you a hand washing these plates?
Nah, I already did those.
Okay, well. Maybe not the most hygienic place in the world, but we'll see about that. So not only do we need to Scorched Alaska, though, we do need to embellish that with the Demon Pepper, for sure. Let's see how the hold has changed in case there is any clue. The quartermaster gave you this pamphlet, that's new.
It's an inspirational instructional pamphlet that I'm supposed to carry around and read.
Avoid reading a pamphlet? Okay.
These are all the same. Just a bunch of rah-rah stuff about ship's company culture.
I'm sure there's going to be a critical clue in here, so... Okay. Destroyed a beloved, destroyed a beautiful. Seems like we'll... quite a bit that. Notice there's no copyright date on it. It just says copyright LeChuck, all rights reserved. So it's very helpfully ambiguous about that. Condensed from the book The LeChuck Way. The ship is enchanted to be unboardable by anyone but her crew. That includes you. Unless you get fired. So we will see about this. I guess this might be useful at some point. But we don't know how, so let's just take that for now. Do we have some kitchen, or rather chicken feed already? Probably. So this little stain on the side, I feel like that was also important.
Ew.
If we know how to mop that up with something. But for now, we're just going to exit. Yeah, we'll see about that LeChuck negotiation later. Yeah, I guess there's a rudder here. We don't need that for anything that we know about yet, so we'll head on up. Okay. Rose needed me to do her favor. You know what? Let's grab the mop. Let's clean up the mess. Although we probably want to go up the standard way. The mess is clearly interactive, so we can do it. Also, we don't have grease being tossed at us the whole time now.
I'll leave my work down here.
You leave your work down here? No, don't leave your work down here. What are you doing? That's not what we want. Now let's just talk to LeChuck. I thought the whole point was to grab him up
Can't you see me be thinking? Make it quick,
on the
Swabby.
deck. Can I have your autograph?
One of
let's
your
admire.
ancestors?
None of your business, Swabby. What do you think you're doing, Swabby? Back where you belong.
Okay, so he's got some papers on his desk. What's this?
Keep your eyes off that map, Swabby.
I bet we can
That
swap
be
it.
The one true map to the secret
Oh no,
of Monkey
probably
Island,
not as soon.
procured by me at great expense and no small amount of trouble. So I'll not have you touching it, even with your eyeballs. Leastwise, not while they still reside in your skull.
But I want this
Keep
map.
your eyes off that map, Swabby.
Can I keep talking about it? No, probably not. Let's
That's
see what's
my
over
private area, Swabby.
here. I still ask about it. Let's see. Safe distance.
That's my private area, Swabby.
Anyway, let's talk to him.
What do you want, Swabby?
So, about that promotion. You know what? Let's just go through the whole tree.
Why exactly are you trying to find the secret of Monkey Island?
The secret of Monkey Island has tormented many a pirate. Some believe it doesn't exist, that it's just a myth or a joke concocted by a fool. None has been more obsessed over it than that idiot Guybrush. Me? I think it holds a mystical power to be harnessed for evil. And as an added bonus, it will drive Threepweed over the edge of madness.
Now, I wonder if I get it corrected.
Wood.
Oh,
Wood.
I'll just do it.
2 O's.
What was your name again?
Swabby, with 2 B's.
And, oh, we can always ask about the map again. Let's just, once again,
Mind
go
if I take a
through the
look at
tree.
that map you were waving around earlier?
Don't touch the map.
Are you sure
Let's
I
keep
can't take a
asking, just
peek
be
at the map to
annoying.
the secret? I just washed my hands.
Touching that map is a shortcut to being keelhauled.
But I'm scheduled to do that. Anyway, let's
I may have figured out
offer
a way
the
to get
plan,
to
who
Monkey
knows?
Island. I spotted another ship making a potion, and we can just follow them.
What does that nameplate say? The one there, on my desk.
Oh, hey,
It says
this is go.
LeChuck.
And LeChuck
We can
is
forge
a
the
leader,
signature.
not a follower.
If that's a signature, I guess it's just a nameplate.
One more thing, Swabby. Now that you be first swab, you'll be needing to fill out the
And he can
Swabby
sign a report.
Take
He can
this
sign off.
report, fill it out, and give it to Iron Rose for her initials. Some say it's grog that keeps a pirate ship running. It's not. It's paperwork.
Well, excellent. Let's go back and ask for something else. He's probably going to refuse the promotion, but then we collect sufficient information to forge the signature, which we've already kind of attempted. I just want to talk to him some more, just to see the dialogue, but I think we have a decent idea of how this will go. Let's pretend it's going well.
The voodoo potion spell thingamajig is coming along great. Nothing to worry about.
Then, why are you bothering me about it? Now get out of here so I can think.
Let's keep bothering
What
him.
do you want, Swabby?
Yeah, so I doubt we can swap something from the map at this early stage, but... Didn't Guybrush get to Monkey
Threepwood
Island?
get to Monkey Island years ago?
Guybrush Threepwood is a fancy pants-wearing third-rate sailor and a has-been pirate. He stole the woman I loved, and I will eat his heart at the gates of hell.
Did you really love Elaine, or was it more of a...
My patience is wearing thin, Swabby. Now get out of here so I can think.
No, let's keep talking.
What do you want, Swabby?
Love how Guybrush is at this point a has-been pirate. More of an aspiring one back then, but...
Just spitballing here, but Putra really deserves a promotion. She makes a mean eyeball soup. And when I say mean, I do mean that quite literally.
Did she put you up to
She
this?
absolutely put me up to
has
this.
been trying to wrangle a promotion out of me for years. Go tell Putra her plan failed, and to make sure she's at the keel hauling at 4.
I'm still unclear on who's being keel-hauled, but okay. Let's swap something. Did I say this already?
The voodoo potion spell thingamajig is coming along great. Nothing to worry about.
Then,
Yeah, okay,
why are
so...
you now get...
Let's get up. Let's take a look at the documents in case there is something I could forge. First, Swab's report. Log messes found around a ship. I mean, there's a very clear one we can talk about. There's also the mess that I made on the porthole, which seems like it's going to be relevant here. And what is
Stop
this?
overfeeding
Oh, yeah,
Molly,
that's right.
you rotten clods. She has digestive trouble, and I'm tired of cleaning it up.
Digestive trouble? Yeah, I'm sure we need to create a mess and then log it, perhaps. But anyway, let's grab this and use it with the messes.
Guess I should have cleaned that. But I'll leave it for the next swabby.
So we need to make some messes in order to fill this completely. Haven't actually interacted with it yet, but, you know.
It's revolting. And it's a slipping hazard.
Yeah, there's the one on the main deck as well, so we just need to cover
I'm not sure if this is ectoplasm or what.
everything we can here. Oh, maybe this was already the barf that we needed to deal with. Hang on. Ghost chicken splat.
Ew.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get any more ghost chicken splat out of this, but... let's do some additional feeding, perhaps.
I already had some chicken feed.
Although, yeah, maybe I created that ghost chicken splat earlier. I wasn't really paying attention to that. Let's feed more chickens. Okay. Reaction doesn't seem to have changed, but we will look for more messes. Yeah, I guess we probably need to fill out 5. Let's see. Just to meet a certain quota here. We can log the mess in the galley. There sure. Everything's a mess here, so.
It would take forever to itemize in here. I'll just make a blanket
Yeah.
entry for the whole gallery.
As expected, so. Maybe I should talk to her before I have 5 entries just to see what the dialogue is. I would assume that we needed to fill out 5, but I just want to check to see
I don't want to talk about that now.
what the
I'm having
interaction
a
sounds like.
crisis of faith about not being inspired by LeChuck to follow his lead.
Okay.
Yeah, because I guess we probably can't get much mileage out of showing off an incomplete report, but... Why would we want to offer to report to Apple Bob?
Could you initial this report, please?
This doesn't look complete. I'm sure you can find more wrong on this ship than that.
Okay, that's what it is. And then let's see if we can give this to Apple Bob just to see what happens.
See all the items I've listed?
No thanks. I'll do my job. You do yours.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just add this to the incident report then, and that will be whoops, pretty clear.
Disgraceful.
Anyway, that's complete.
It. I've completed my report. I should show it to Iron Rose.
Yeah. And then we'll probably get
Could you
Chuck
initial
to
this
sign
report,
off on
please?
this as well, and then we do the forgery.
Yes. Very thorough.
See? I am good at my job.
I wouldn't go that far. Here,
Take this back to LeChuck.
I've got a bunch of other reports ready for the captain's signature. Why don't you take him the whole stack?
And let's actually take a look at a stack just to
It's a stack of papers waiting for LeChuck's
see if we
signature.
can read it. Okay, that's it. Just a bit of a capsule skimming. And then a whole bunch of
Don't you see me be thinking? Make it
constraints will
quick,
just
Swabby.
kind of follow from this. One big tumble put together.
What do you want, Swabby?
Oh yeah, let's
Nothing,
offer
never
him
mind.
the item.
Now get out of here so I can think.
Okay, please sign.
Paperwork. Okay, hand it over. All stamped. Now please give me some peace and quiet.
And we're going to inspect this for
It's a stack of papers stamped by
the stamp.
LeChuck.
Okay, great. Now we forge it.
Yeah, I don't think I could mimic his signature.
Hmm.
It's pretty distinctive.
But we can steal the stamp, perhaps.
That's my private area, Swabby.
Unless this is completely independent of... you know what? We should have added this to this stack of papers. And now we get a stamp. Yeah. That's much better.
What?
I like that there is the interaction with the pen, though, just to acknowledge that the player is very likely to try that. Same with some of the interactions we've seen so far with the knife, which has so far been totally ineffectual for anything other than the plant cuttings.
Paperwork. Okay, hand it over.
Yes,
I
reasonable.
feel like the supply of paperwork is endless.
Well, I mean, he's the one insisting on it, so...
Stamped. Now please give me some peace and quiet.
I mean, who is he filing the paperwork with, right? What regulatory body or system actually benefits from the bureaucracy? I guess that's a mystery. Anyway. Review the
It's Chef
stamp
Putra's
request for promotion. You know what? Let's... First of all, give her the stamp papers and see if that earns some favors.
I don't have time for that right now. It's all stuff LeChuck has to approve anyway.
He's approved it. Right? No, these are all stamped. How about this one?
Want to guess which lowly swabby got LeChuck to sign off on a promotion for Putra?
I don't know how you talked him into that, but my hat's off to you. I'll see to the details.
You have to wonder why she hasn't tried this
To show
herself
the order
previously.
to Putra. She'll be pleased.
I'll do that.
Okay. Whoops. Wrong button. Let's see
vote to go to Monkey
if we can persuade her.
I
to
don't
change
want to
vote.
talk about that now. I'm having a
Crisis
crisis
of fate. Yeah.
about not being inspired by LeChuck to follow his lead.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, let's see about Scorched Alaska, and then afterwards see about the joke book. And what did
Flair?
What?
Claire want again? How come you
Why didn't
stabbed
you
Gullet?
stab Gullet?
He asked too many questions.
How many questions did he ask?
One.
Flair?
Wonder if there's
What do you want?
somewhat a clue for the knife here.
How's the score going?
It would be going a lot better with fewer interruptions.
Okay, here we are. So let's show this to Putra.
Good news,
Okay,
Chef
chef.
Putra. You're officially promoted.
I'm a chef! Chef Putra! Thanks, Swabby. You're amazing. I owe you one.
Well, she'll probably still reluctantly refuse to change her vote just out of loyalty to Rose, but, you know,
So, Chef,
let's at least see about the Scorched Alaska.
you sure I can't change your mind on the Monkey Island issue?
I do owe you one, but I'm still voting whatever way Rose votes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now that you're a chef, would you make
And then
me
we
a
need to
Scorched
spice it up.
Alaska?
Of course. I have to warn you, though, it's not going to be very spicy. It'll be fine. You wouldn't like the full-strength version anyway.
So let's see about how a demon pepper is made here. LeChuck theme in a chicken hold is so good. Yeah, LeChuck theme in general.
Some chefs these days use dandruff out of a
And
can.
welcome, Spielberg fan.
But I would never take a shortcut like that. One Scorched Alaska, extra mild.
Thanks.
I am also incidentally a big Spielberg fan. The point-and-click connection here, of course, being Spielberg's involvement in the LucasArts classic The Dig from the mid-1990s. We can try a bite of Scorched Alaska ourselves and see.
Sweet.
That is sweet. Let's... Okay, what does she say about a demon pepper? We need to
Remind me what you
find
told
some
me
way
about the
to
pepper.
actually
It's
create it.
very, very
But
hot
how?
and very empty.
If we take the container, the shaker rather, seems not. We can attempt to deliver to Scorched Alaska, but I feel like we need to spice it up first. So. And yeah, I need to offer to help wash up. We've attempted that already. Ghost chicken pepper, perhaps? I don't know. Let's see. Small the ingredients. Maybe if we deliver it, we'll get some kind of clue as to how demon pepper is actually made, or we just talk to her further to
So,
see
chef,
about.
I'll let you get back
that.
to cooking.
Yeah.
Currently, the clue here seems to be insufficient.
Remind me what you told me about the
I think we need to ask
It's
Flambe about
very,
the demon pepper.
very, very hot and very empty.
The irony in him being a big reason why the Monkey Island movie didn't get made. And yeah, I'd forgotten about that actually. That's a very good point. Yeah, certainly looking forward to this new film, The Fablemans, when it releases here this year. I know it's been making the festival circuit already. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, we need to talk to Flambe to see how the demon pepper is managed. Or we may have to serve him a botched Scorched Alaska first, but we'll see if that's actually the case after we look at some trivia. This one I don't know. So let's Bermuda. I do not know that one.
Working hard?
Never.
This is my first playthrough. I've called this stream Return to Monkey Island because I started it briefly last week and then I was busy for several days and I had to kind of return to it right at the end of Act 1 and recover my position in it from where I was before, which is unusual for me because I usually try to play these games in one big sitting. But this one I had to kind of break up over a relatively lengthy absence by video game standards. Okay, tell me again about the Scorched Alaska. I feel like we need to use his head for the pepper.
I mean, what it would be like to have a head that was on fire.
I can help you out with that if you are really curious.
Yeah, you're not the first person to tell me you love flambe.
About your vote.
It doesn't mean much to me one way or the other. But hey, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
You want me to scratch your back?
Figure of speech. No need to burn yourself. Do something nice for me, and maybe I help you.
Okay, once again, let's try to... Yeah, let's serve him a bad Scorched Alaska and then see if that gives me the pepper clue, so...
Keep up the bad work.
Always.
I don't know if there's a way to shortcut that, but we'll find out. Or maybe I just need to add some fire from some other implement. Let's figure that out. There's quite a lot of replayability between the trivia cards, trophies, and late game content of this game. Yeah, somebody had hinted to me that there are in fact multiple solutions along certain branches. And so we'll see if that's actually... well, I mean, we'd only notice that with further playthroughs and from comparing notes with others, of course, and watching other playthroughs after I'm finished. And so, definitely looking forward to all of that. Field of War.
Toasty.
I feel like we need to use some of this fire, perhaps, as our solution here. Also, what was the 2-bell thing here again? Let's...
Top deck schedule. 1 bell, crew voting. 2 bells, LeChuck shouting.
LeChuck shouting. That might eventually be important. Let's see here. What is it called?
It's empty now.
Okay. Yeah, let's serve the meal. And we'll have to be offered a precise picture of what we must do. Or we combine it with something else. Like we could use the Scorched Alaska with fire somewhere. Probably maybe the demon fire on top. Impale the Scorched Alaska on a hot pointy thing. I like that.
That seems promising, but inconvenient for carrying around.
Okay, maybe not. How about these?
Hardly any warmer now.
No. There's a bit of a weak fire over here. No, was there something I could have done downstairs? You know what? There was the... Well, fundamentally we need to sort out the demon pepper or equivalent. So, let's figure this out. That's the second most Scorched Alaska you've ever seen. Yeah, exactly. Scaled according to monkey heads. Can I combine it with something here? Warm it up in the
Hardly
pot?
any warmer now.
No, guess not.
So, Chef.
Anyway, still
let you get
no
back to
verbal clue on a Scorched Alaska. Yeah, it seems clear to me that we have to combine it with something on the way to the delivery. Ghost chicken feed? No. Let's see if there's something in the hold though that we can use. I mean, ghost chickens...
More importantly, is the taste of after chicken the same as the aftertaste of chicken?
That doesn't sound terribly spicy. You know what? No, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. Demon pepper, demon fire. We're going to use Flambe's head. If we can. If there's a distinct interaction between this and merely giving it to him. Serve it to Flambe. No, okay.
Looks like they haven't figured out their skull problem yet. Good.
Okay, let's see. Sorry about that, just needed to mute for a minute here. But you were saying, if a chicken eats a regular pepper, does it automatically become a ghost pepper? Yeah, that's the thing. I was kind of making a remark about that earlier as well, too, because I was thinking, you know, if you just make that chain of association, it's the kind of association, in fact, that would not have been out of place in a game like Monkey Island 2, which has a whole bunch of word association solutions, basically, but which I think Ron Gilbert has actually said on several occasions he kind of regretted afterwards, especially the monkey wrench in that game, which unfortunately was something that only worked in English.
I don't think so.
Anyway, let's just serve it to him and see how he complains, and see if that offers a clue as to how this can be made. I was hoping to just light it up with his head, but we might have to use some other instrument to kind of capture the fire, perhaps.
I had to call in a few favors, but I managed to get you this.
Ugh,
He's not gonna like it.
Away. Its bluntness offends me even at a distance. Scorched Alaska must be like a hot poker to the tongue.
Dopamine Elite, rather. How is it so far? It's great so far. The interface in particular is quite nice because it gives you sort of an instant visualization of whether certain items can be matched, so you're not just hunting and pecking the whole time for different absurd combinations. You actually do have this instant response to whether something is worth trying. The artwork doesn't ruin it at all. I think it's fantastic. But, I mean, I had a pretty high opinion of it to begin with when I saw it. But no, I find it to be completely well suited to the series, honestly, especially after replaying some of the older games. And I think it's a very natural development, and I have no issues with it. I have actually not played Tales. Tales has been sitting in my backlog for about a decade. I guess I got it off a Humble Bundle or something ages ago. Yeah. No, I played the first 3. I could never get through Escape, but Monkey Island 1 and 2 and Curse I know fairly well. Although it's been a long time since I revisited Curse. Let's get another Scorched Alaska, or rather we have it. So it's a hot poker to face. We obviously need to use this. But I think we need to chop it. Cut off the tip. There we go. There we go.
This should make it good and scorching.
Yeah, inconvenient for transport, but the hot poker clue made it very clear we needed that. So, there we are. You didn't care for Tales, but you'd like to Escape? Yeah. Yeah, Escape. I don't remember why it was I bounced off of it, but I think because the interface was kind of clunky to me, and in spite of having played Grim Fandango with the original 3D tank controls and enjoyed it perfectly well, I just couldn't fumble my way around Escape.
Working hard?
Never.
You liked this game more than Tales after sleeping on it a bit. Okay. Oh yeah, we need to actually offer him the item. Hang on.
The bad work.
Always.
Let's just... You know what? I want to try a bite of it myself.
Not right in front of him.
Let's try a bite of it not right in front of him. I want to scorch myself. Let's see this.
I don't think I should.
Oh, okay.
I'm not big on fire eating.
Too bad.
I had to call in a few favors, but I managed to get you this.
Scorched Alaska, sweet poison.
And yeah, I certainly haven't spoiled anything too serious for you. So,
childhood.
I mean, if you're somebody who's a series veteran, I think you will get a lot out of this, and
it seals
I think it's well worth it to form your own opinion of it anyway.
A masterpiece. There's one bite missing.
Well.
Much respect, Swabby. I am in your debt.
It is full of serious fan service.
So, let's just say I'll vote your way next time we talk about that plan of yours. The one with the monkeys.
And yeah, anyway, thank you for dropping by, Dopamine. And yeah, I'm always willing to give a try to Rod Gilbert's various new projects. And something I've talked about on the stream before was that I actually did meet him at a promotional event for The Cave nearly a decade ago, and I did ask him if he could tell me the secret of Monkey Island. And he did. But I don't know if that answer matches up to what he did in this game, and I am very curious to find out. So, more on that when I get there.
You're not reading this. Can I borrow it?
Sure. I'll let you have it for the rest of the day.
Thanks.
Well, if it is actually what was in the game, I don't want to inadvertently spoil anything for myself by conversing too much about it. You know what? I'm going to DM it to you, Dopamine. And maybe you can verify when you get there. But it was told to me in strict confidence, but now that this game is out, I don't mind sharing what he said, because, you know, either it's right or it's wrong or it's outdated, so... I'll just type it to you in a quick message. This game had the unfortunate task of keeping continuity within the entirety of MI. Yeah, I know that his stated intention in this for a long time, Ron Gilbert, going back to the early 2000s, was that he wanted to do his own Monkey Island 3A as an alternative follow-up to Monkey Island 2. But right from the opening scene of this game, you can see that that's not exactly how it happens. Not exactly, it's close. But there's clearly a lot here that draws on the entirety of the series. We've seen Murray earlier in this stream, of course. Not too much of a spoiler, Murray was in a trailer. But anyway, we have the joke book. Let's take a look.
It's Flambe's Underworld Joke Book. All jokes about demons and otherworldly stuff.
Yeah. Actually, Spielberg fan, I will DM it to you as well. And don't tell me what you do or do not know. I'm just going to share with you what I was told. But anyway, let's continue. Yeah, don't tell me. I mean, I'm going to find out. I just don't want to blurt it out on stream in case somebody lurking is in a position where that would ruin something.
What do you like to do for fun?
Oh, pretty much anything. I'm easy.
But yeah, anyway, that's my Secret of Monkey Island story.
Sea shanties?
Well, no.
We'll use the joke book on him in a moment. I just want to go through this dialogue tree.
Clog dancing?
Nah.
While we've been distracted by conversation.
Bowling?
Not really.
This reminds me of the... There's this color guessing dialogue puzzle in... Oh yeah, it's when you meet Herman Toothrot in the end of the second game, I want to say. Where you just go through this massive list of colors, and I don't know how many colors were actually programmed into that game as the space of responses, but it was ridiculous.
Keel hauling?
Not so much.
Embroidery?
Not really.
And all you'll say is enjoy the adventure, and yeah, Bob's having a great time.
Improvisational theater?
Nah.
Model shipbuilding?
Nope.
And yeah, thanks for wishing me luck.
Animal husbandry?
Nope.
Basket weaving?
Well, no.
Meditation?
Not so much.
Yodeling?
Nah.
Carpentry?
Not really.
Whittling?
Nope.
Whistling?
Well, no.
Philosophical discussion?
I'm exactly the kind of
Not so
player who
much.
always gets roped into these lists just to see the list, but I'm sure we can look it up afterwards, but
Gin rummy?
Nah.
it's still
Checkers?
worth
Not
exploring. I
really.
bet there, actually in this game, given the way this game is structured, I bet there's an achievement for just going down the list.
Historical novels?
I do enjoy reading.
Aha! Biographies?
I do enjoy reading.
Autobiographies?
I do enjoy reading.
Yeah, so let's just keep going with it,
Adventure stories?
I do enjoy reading.
because it would not be the first time
Travel
that
guides?
I do enjoy reading.
this would reward you for persistence.
Self-help books?
I do enjoy reading.
Even right from the beginning with the conversation about anchors in his tutorial zone.
Crime thrillers?
I do enjoy reading.
Speculative fantasy?
I do enjoy reading.
Romance novels?
I mean, he clearly
I do
wants a
enjoy
book.
reading.
Reading?
I do enjoy reading.
Reading?
Okay,
I do enjoy reading.
I guess that's the end of that.
I'll see what I can find.
It's obviously this.
Hey Bob, I've got a great book for you.
Hey, this looks promising. Thanks. I owe you one.
Can I count on your vote to go to Monkey Island?
Sure, no problem.
How's the book, Bob?
Oh, it's very funny. I don't think I've ever heard any of the
Let's see if he
jokes
tells me
before.
something.
Good. So
I seem to be
you're still
trapped
on
in
my
a bit of
side about the
animation
Monkey
like
Island
that.
vote, right?
Sure.
Did I actually check with Flambe to see about the vote? I mean, he's has clearly been persuaded, but I want to check.
Working hard?
Never.
About your vote.
Relax. I'll back your play.
Oh, yes, that's right. I think I wasn't paying attention in the line of dialogue earlier. So, anyway.
I still think you should vote to go
You
to
know
Monkey
the
Island.
voice actress
I
for
don't want to
D
talk
and went to
about
college
that
for it.
now.
Oh, interesting.
I'm having a crisis of faith about not being inspired by LeChuck to follow his lead.
Okay.
Well, that's an interesting personal connection. And you can take way too much joy in asking her about anchors. I'm sure she's going to get it a lot. It's going to be a whole new generation of asking about Loom. I'm sure. Okay. What did she just
I
say?
still think you should vote to go to Monkey Island.
I don't want to talk about that now. I'm having a crisis of faith about not being inspired by LeChuck to follow his lead.
I feel like that's actually going to be a
Okay.
yes. And that when you ring the vote, this is as far as we're going to go with it. And she is going to vote with me, and Putra is going to vote with her. And I think we've actually done what we need. So, let's ring the bell. Let's ring it twice just to hear the shouting.
That time again already? Well,
Let's hear him shout.
get to it. Eyes front, you disgusting heaps of festering scum.
Scum with
Why
the
is
two M's,
ship's
of course.
cauldron still empty? I distinctly ordered a mystical voodoo potion. If a ship is going to function properly, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, hey.
Blah, blah, flay
This is
one
interactable,
another.
so.
Blah, blah. Blah, blah, keel, blah, blah, water
Was he the one being
blah,
cool?
blah, blah. And another
No.
thing, blah, 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 blah.
Let's see who we can talk to.
Dereliction of
empty now.
cruelty. Daggers not rusty enough.
Everybody's
Disgrace to the profession of
distracted, so maybe there's something I can
Furthermore, blah, blah, blah,
abscond with
bones
elsewhere on the ship.
powder and sprinkle them on my
Let's see.
cereal. In conclusion, shape up or the eels will be gnawing on
Okay,
your
that buys you an
carcass.
opportunity.
All right, same time tomorrow then. Dismissed.
Window of opportunity for some interaction, but we'll see what that actually does. Possibly the chewing out also is part of the persuasion tactic for Rose to change her vote, so.
I still think you should vote to go to Monkey Island.
I don't want to talk about that now.
You're saying
I'm
it's a
having
weird
crisis
6
of faith
degrees of
about
separation
not being
thing.
inspired by LeChuck to follow his lead.
And-
Okay.
Yeah, it seems to me that it's actually relatively uncommon that, you know, with voice actors taking on so much work and having to be so prolific in terms of just taking on tons and tons of roles, very often I'm going to assume that they're not necessarily engaged with the material on the consumer side, and it's always a bit of a pleasure to see when they are, in the event that that actually happens. Use it to take voice acting classes from someone who helped organize the recording sessions for Curse. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. That's all rather tight-knit then. Especially because it seems like for this game in particular, for the voice casting, they kind of went back to Curse and pulled all the contacts they could. At least as far as I was aware. Anyway, let's ring the bell. Let's get the vote done. I will probably be logging off fairly soon, so I think once we sort out this
Didn't we
part of
just
the
do
quest,
this? The meeting is called to order.
I don't know that
Are
we'll
there any
continue
matters to be voted on?
right
Following
away
Medicine
today
ship to
with
Monkey
the
Island,
completion
on which
of
I vote aye.
Nay.
whatever happens with Captain Madison, but we'll see.
Aye. That's more ayes than before.
Okay,
But the vote to
we
go
still need
must
to
be
solve
unanimous.
this
Sorry, Swabby.
one
Meeting
sub-problem.
adjourned.
Let's see what she's missing with the Crisis of Faith then, since she's non-committal.
I still think you should vote to go to Monkey Island.
I don't want to talk about that now. I'm having a crisis of faith
Probably
about
gonna
not
sleep as
being
well. Yeah.
inspired by LeChuck to follow his lead.
Thank you for coming by once again. We
Okay.
will be continuing this, of course, intermittently this week and next. I'm usually preoccupied with Super Mario Maker on the weekends, but this has been my main event on the side. So, thanks for the company and conversation, and have fun asking about the anchors. Cauldron.
It's empty now.
Oh, Crisis of Faith. We used a pamphlet. That's the thing. It's inspirational, so it works. And then she follows the chest lead and then votes to go to Monkey Island. Okay. The pamphlet was sitting right here, and we hadn't used it. It's clearly the thing.
Do you remember giving me this at my orientation? It's got some good stuff in it.
Okay, I think we got the solution.
I put it together myself, you know.
No kidding.
Betray trust, commit fraud, threaten bodily harm. So unswerving, so unapologetically ruthless. This really takes me back.
Me too. Back to earlier today in my case.
LeChuck is really an amazing leader.
You can hang on to that if you like.
No, thanks, I'm good. Now that I've remembered why it is that I'm willing to follow LeChuck anywhere, even when I think he's doing something stupid.
Just so we're clear, that means you're gonna vote to go to Monkey Island now?
Yes, even though I know you want me to.
Works for me.
Okay, that works. So, push for an executive decision.
As
Let's do
quartermaster,
that.
can't you just decide that we're going to Monkey Island and tell the others what to do?
We don't need to do that,
Swabby.
though. At this
That
point,
just
we
isn't
have
how it
votes,
works.
so
I respect the will of the crew. Everybody has to be in.
everybody's in. Let's do it.
One bell. Voting hour.
The meeting is called to order. Are there any matters to be voted on?
Following Madison's ship to Monkey Island, on which I vote aye.
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 Nay.
Aye.
Wait, why is that a nay?
That's
I
more
thought.
ayes than
Oh,
before.
yeah, we didn't actually take care
The
of
vote
that.
to go must be unanimous. Sorry,
That's right,
Swabby.
we didn't take care of the
Meeting
night.
adjourned.
Okay. I wasn't even paying attention during the vote earlier to see if that would be the case. So let's do something about that knife.
It's my very own.
And okay, we've got a little bit more work to do then.
Flair?
Yes?
How's the score going?
It would be going a lot better with fewer interruptions.
Flair?
What do you want?
Can we talk about your vote on going to Monkey
Okay,
Island?
so we need to
I
recover the
told you, Swabby.
knife.
Bring me my grandmother's whale knife and my vote's all
It
yours.
seems awfully specific.
Now go away.
Let's see if we
How's it
get
going,
any
Memory?
I
clue
don't
here.
know what you're planning
Oh,
now,
you know what?
but I'm
I
going
know how
to
to do
see
it.
you burn for it.
The obvious thing to check is the rudder, which we know is already accessible. So we'll see what we have to interact with there, since we haven't actually checked that location since we began this segment. So here it is.
Kill it.
You!
And I'm sure there's the 8-minute achievement here. We're not going to see it, but whoops.
That's Flair Gory's grandmother's whale knife. It's a beauty.
Actually, I've got an idea. Let's taunt him, first of all.
I have to say, I thought you were gone for good. I was feeling no small amount of pleasure about it, in fact.
It'll take more than a bath to get rid of old Gullet. Now pull me out of here before I hang you by your own intestines, Swabby.
And notice how the timer is running, but we're just going to hold the conversation anyhow.
That's actually first swab now.
What is?
Me. LeChuck gave me your job.
You? Not likely.
I do prefer a management role. Less scrounging, more lounging.
I'm gonna give your pancreas to my rat for a pillow.
you might want to take a friendlier tone.
This is my friendly tone, you blabbering pile of excrement!
Yeah, it is perfectly friendly. I love how you can just embellish that you used to be able to hold your breath for 10 minutes when the clock is, of course, running down.
I can
Let's
hold
do
my
it.
breath for 10 minutes, more or less. How about you?
Well, technically, I don't have to breathe at all, but it's a reflex, isn't it? You can't really stop doing it, and it feels like drowning the whole time. So get me out of here right now, you colossal git!
I'm the only one who knows you're down here.
Not true. I know I'm down here, don't I?
Well, I guess you've got me there.
Ha!
If I leave you here, do you think you can free yourself?
Of course
Well,
not.
I mean, I need to grab the
I've
knife off
tried
of
that
this
already.
so
It's a
that
matter of leverage. As in, I'm gonna get a lever and smack you in the head with it if you don't get me out of here right now.
will be something I'm perfectly willing to cooperate with, so
Once we set sail, you'll probably be
that
crushed
sounds
into
like a
paste by the
very
rudder.
unpleasant
Why would
fate.
you tell me that?
Well, in case you're worried about being stuck for a long time.
When I get my hands on you, I'm gonna eat both your legs, throw them up, and then eat them all over again.
It would be smart of me not to give you the opportunity then.
In general, everybody is treated rather well in these games in terms of, not actually meeting with extremely violent ends, so
Nice talking to you, Gullet.
What do you mean, nice talking to you?
even poor
I don't
Murray
mean
here,
literally,
who
of
we
course. Just politely ending our
pressed in the
conversation.
laundry.
Wait, no, get me out of here for pity's sake. You baboon! I'll get you for this.
Okay, so we are going to see about the knife here. But before we do that, I am going to save in this location in an additional slot. The reason I'm going to do that is because we are going to at some point run out the clock to see if we get an achievement for meeting an untimely end here. But for the time being, instead of running that down, let's get the knife after we talk
He's
about it.
pretty securely pinned there by the rudder. There's also a knife in his back.
But a knife
that's
is not why
clearly
he's
not
stuck.
why
Okay.
he's stuck.
Great, so let's just say
That's
nice knife.
Flair Gory's grandmother's whale knife. It's a beauty.
Can we do it?
Clown. That isn't gonna do any good. It wasn't even bothering me.
Okay, that's fine. Well, let's leave. And let's head all the way back up. Well, partway back up. And back down again to cash in the knife. Let's take a look at it.
It's Flair Gory's grandmother's whale knife.
Well, that was sorted out pretty simply.
Flair?
What is it?
Oh yes, we need to
I'll leave you
pass
alone
the
now.
item directly
Yes,
first.
you will.
I found your knife.
My grandmother's knife. Thanks, Swabby. I have no idea how you pulled that off, but I guess a deal's a deal. I'll vote for your stupid plan.
Okay,
I think I've got everyone's support
it's
now.
all sorted
Time
out.
to call for another vote.
And let's ring the bell.
One bell. Voting hour.
And like I was saying, this is likely
The
the
meeting is called to order.
last thing we'll do.
Are there any
But-
matters to be voted on?
Following Madison's ship to Monkey Island, on
Let's
which I vote
follow this
aye.
through first, because obviously it's not going to be the end of part 2, given that
Aye.
we
Six
still
in
have the
favor,
actual
None opposed.
I hope you're happy, Grandma.
Everybody,
match of
get ready.
Skull and
We'll follow
Cauldron
the other ship as soon as
to
she
take
gets
care of.
underway.
Yes.
So then you went to Monkey Island.
Not
Not
right away.
so
I
fast.
still needed to get my hands on the Chuck's map to the secret.
Oh yes, that's right, we still need the map. Well, we may leave that for the next time, but let's take a look here to see if it's a trivial task or if it actually requires something more. Oh, no, there's an easy way to do it. you ring 2 bells, then you go to the captain's quarters and you do it. So, while he's chewing everybody out. Oh, that's 3 bells. Never mind.
I don't know what that means.
It was an accidental triple tap.
That time again already? Well,
And then we'll sneak down, we'll grab the map, and then that should do
eyes
it.
front, you disgusting heaps of festering scum! Earlier today, in fact, not even an hour ago, I clearly heard
That will
someone on
release my
this deck
movement
mention
momentarily.
Guybrush Threepwood. Out loud! If a ship is going to function properly,
Okay,
blah,
let's
blah,
dash
blah,
down
blah.
there and take care of this quickly. See what else we can mess around with down here.
It's not much of a map. There's just some writing on it, but clearly it's important.
Can I
It's
take it
not
though?
much of a map. There's just some writing on it, but clearly it's important.
Okay. Can we add it to the stamp
Yeah,
papers?
this isn't
Yes.
remotely like a map. He'd notice it right away.
How about a pamphlet? The onboarding pamphlet. No? Painting.
This isn't...
Okay. Business card. The map.
A
There we
map's
go.
a map. I don't think he'll spot the difference. Now
There we
I
go.
just need to get Madison a skull, and we'll be good to go.
In conclusion, shape up, or the eels will be
Should have thought about that
gnawing
map to
on
begin
your
with. That was
carcass.
actually
All right, same
relatively
time
obvious.
tomorrow then.
Having had that kick
Dismissed.
around since the conclusion of part 1 as well. So, we should be able to finish that.
So, everything's more or less ready to go?
As soon as Madison's ship gets underway, we'll follow it.
Why wasn't Madison's ship going
We
yet?
fired
They
a skull
still
in the
needed a
cannon.
flattened skull to finish their potion, and it was up to me to get it over to them.
Okay, simple. Let's load it. Sorry, Murray. Oh, let's look at a map first. Begin your search at the red berry bush. Follow the stone monkey hand, stick to the path by the wooden chicken, sneak past the bees, and heed the sign. And as always, X marks the spot. Let's grab this and toss it in.
Okay, Murray, I just need one more thing from you.
You tried to smash me and drown
Now
me.
we're returning
and I
him to
have
headquarters.
emerged unscathed.
Headquarters.
Well, almost unscathed, but there's nothing you can do that will harm me.
I hope you're not allergic to gunpowder.
Of course I'm not.
Hey, what are you doing? These things are dangerous.
Okay, let's fire it up. And that should do it. All done. Oh, how convenient. Okay. That's all set. And
She's underway.
All hands, stand bottom X sail.
Well, we're not going to be knocked out, interestingly enough, unlike what is supposed to happen to the crew that
We're nearly
puts that
there, me
concoction together.
hearties. The fabled shores of fabled Monkey Island. Captain Madison and her associates will have to be dealt with, of course. But our top priority is the secret. Extra grog rations for everyone. Grog.
Hey!
All right.
Okay, and oh, we've been exposed.
Oops.
I did not see that coming.
I suppose you think you're very clever.
Well, I mean, we did manage to assist him considerably in his quest, so. Right up to the
Right
part.
up to the part where I took off the eye patch. I got
Yeah.
carried away. I've really started to feel like part of the crew.
Well, you've already seen what happens to crew who displease me.
Okay.
I want to savor this, so I'm going to let you have the first jab.
Oh, interesting. All of this is New material. Let's go with the wounded hippopotamus.
You move like a wounded hippopotamus.
You move like a dead one.
Okay, decent comeback.
Why don't you try again?
And this, of course, is a bit of a follow-up to Curse of Monkey Island, where they do the rhyming sword fight instead. Buttress and Cutlass, Flavor and Saber. You know what? Let's do Buttress and Cutlass.
You're
How
all
about that?
buttress and no cutlass.
You're all mattress and a blast.
Oh, okay. That didn't seem particularly
Hey,
fair.
cheating! I won that round. Also, I'm pretty sure we're supposed
Isn't
to
this the
use
first
swords
time
when we do this.
You don't seem to know
I'm
how
doing the
to
insult
use a
duel with him
sword.
directly?
I can't decide if you're waving that thing like a feather duster or more like a mop.
I am rubber. You are glue.
Oh, been practicing, huh? What comeback would you use for waving it like a feather duster or like a mop?
Either way, I'll clean the floor with you.
Either way, I'll clean the floor with you.
That's what I thought, too.
I can't decide if you're waving your sword like a feather duster or more like a mop.
Now, it's not actually
Either
going to
way,
work,
I'll
is it?
clean the floor with you.
Too late to start doing your job now, Swabby.
Hey,
Aha,
you're laying
what a
a comeback
riposte.
on my comeback? That's gotta be against the rules.
You really should keep up on the latest trends. Goodbye, Freepwood.
Now, I hope we get another chance at that. Instead of just leaving the second order duel as is. Anyway, on to part 3, which means we are going to call a conclusion to that stream, in spite of the fact that we
Good thing I can
have
still hold my breath for 10 minutes. More or less.
a 6-minute
Is
walk.
it more or is it less?
What?
You say you can hold your breath for 10 minutes, but then sometimes you say 8. One time I heard you say 12. Which one is it?
I think it averages
yeah,
out to
prime,
10.
I could do 10 minutes, no problem.
Are you in your prime in this story?
8 minutes. Now let me get back to it before the 8 minutes runs out.
We are going to save at this point. And we'll see how it goes next time we log back in. So, probably important that we are interrupting the clock while we do this. And we're probably going to, let's see the inventory here. You know what? Let's just leave it here. We're not going to run down the clock the whole way because I am going to log off for now, but we'll just send you folks off for the time being. We will try to be back with this as soon as I can, hopefully tomorrow or the next day after that, but then it'll be back to Mario Maker for the weekend, and then we'll see how much of a continuation we need to do after that. We did get through all of part 2 today, though, in spite of hitting a pretty major logjam earlier with the skull pressing puzzle. So, in the meantime, like I said, we'll soon find out what happens when we return. Thanks for watching. If anybody present wishes to keep up with our schedule or with any last-minute announcements, that's always on the Discord server. But for now, we'll be sending you off to somebody else that we know, probably a Maker stream, but we'll find somebody appropriate. Probably not a stream for this game because we don't know where people are and we don't want to have spoilers in either direction. At least, not yet. So, have a good day ahead of you. Until we meet again. This was the return to the return, yes, indeed. And thank you for coming in just at the very last bit there, Jarza. We'll be back soon, so fare thee well.